Chapter 1380. Sizzle Sizzle. Xia Ping operated the Chaos Thunder art. A chaotic vortex formed in the depths of his dantian. It was like a black hole, producing an extremely strong devouring power. The thunder essence hidden in the depths of his body was attracted by this chaotic vortex. It rapidly gathered in the depths of his dantian and entered the center of the vortex. After an unknown period of time, when countless thunder essences gathered in the center, the chaotic vortex quickly condensed into a thunder talisman. It immediately emitted an ancient, tyrannical, and noble aura. It was as if with this thunder talisman in the center, he could control the power of thunder and lightning as he wished. Vaguely, there seemed to be a thunder god living in this thunder talisman. It held a long spear, had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its body was surrounded by countless thunder and lightning. Comfortable. Xia Ping felt his whole body comfortable. The moment this thunder talisman was condensed, countless thunder and lightning emitted from the talisman and flowed into his limbs and bones. It flowed along his meridians and blood vessels, making crackling sounds and faintly having a numbing effect. The originally incomparably violent and destructive thunder energy, after being purified and refined by the thunder talisman, became incomparably gentle and slowly tempered his body. Every time the thunder and lightning traveled one round in his body, he felt his body go numb. The crackling sounds were like the thunder of tigers and leopards. His physique was also strengthened a little. Although the effect of each strengthening was not much, after accumulating for a long time, the degree of strengthening was still quite shocking. Moreover, the thunder energy also contained a vigorous vitality. It also activated the cells in his body, reaching an unprecedented state of health. His lifespan was also increased by hundreds of years. Transformation. When this thunder talisman absorbed the thunder essence to its limit, it instantly transformed. An ancient, chaotic, and noble thunder formation appeared in Xia Ping's body. At this moment, this formation covered his whole body. Thunder runes appeared on his skin, and there were faint sparks of lightning. The thunder energy in the depths of the void seemed to be attracted to him. Thunder Emperor body. Xia Ping immediately discovered that when he successfully condensed this chaotic thunder formation, this formation integrated into his body. Immediately, there was a chemical reaction with his meridians and blood. It was as if the thunder runes were integrated into every cell in his body. At this moment, his whole body was elemental, as if he had turned into a body of thunder and lightning. His whole body was composed of thunder energy. How magical! Xia Ping felt as though he had transformed into lightning at this moment. His soul had fused with the lightning, and it was as though he had become the ruler of lightning. Every single move he made could draw in the lightning energy from the depths of the void. He could even faintly sense the tribulation lightning energy in the depths of the dimension, causing his heart to palpitate. It was as if any bit of tribulation lightning energy that leaked out could turn him into ashes. At this moment, in the depths of the Violet Kingdom, countless bolts of lightning could be seen. This caused the Violet Kingdom to be filled with vitality, as if it was about to transform into a real spatial world. Lightning Fist. In an instant, Xia Ping stood up from where he was and punched the air. A fist energy condensed from thunder energy blasted out. Lightning radiated in all directions, and countless thunder runes rotated in the depths of the fist energy like a whirlpool. Its power was several times more tyrannical than before. With a loud bang, it struck the wall of the cultivation room. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the cultivation room. However, this was the cultivation room of a Saint-class flying ship. Who knew how sturdy the walls were? An attack of this level wouldn't be able to damage the walls at all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it wasn't damaged at all. But with such a sturdy cultivation room, Xia Ping could use his mystic arts at will without worrying about damage. This was a pretty good cultivation room. Thunder Palm. Xia Ping grabbed out with his hands, and the thunder energy in the depths of the void was caught in his hands. He then smashed it out, turning it into a lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket. With a boom, this lightning bolt struck the ground, giving off a deafening sound. If this place was on land, just a single lightning bolt would be enough to shatter mountains and move rivers. Lightning Eye. Xia Ping stood where he was, and a profound thunder array immediately appeared in the depths of his eyes. He discovered that the entire world had undergone a tremendous change, and the countless strands of thunder energy in the air seemed to be attracted, quickly converging in the depths of his eyes and merging into this thunder array. When the thunder energy had gathered to a certain extent, he immediately released it with a thought. Immediately, 2 bolts of thunder energy shot out like lasers, extremely fast. With a boom, the 2 bolts of thunder energy bombarded the wall, producing a considerable amount of destructive power. Thunder God's legs. Xia Ping's legs immediately elementalized and turned into thunder. With a thought, his body flickered, and immediately, countless figures of Xia Ping appeared in the cultivation room. This was a speed that the naked eye couldn't see clearly. One could only see that there were bolts of lightning winding in the space. This was a terrifying speed that wasn't inferior to the Kunpeng steps. So that's how it is. No wonder this chaos thunder art is known as the general outline of all thunder arts. So that's how it is? It has reached the realm of transforming one law into 10,000 laws. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. This chaos thunder art was a cultivation method of the same level as the Star Guide incantation. It had the power of transforming one law into 10,000 laws. After learning this cultivation method, if the time was right and he had enlightenment, he would be able to develop various mystic arts related to thunder. Moreover, he had also condensed the Thunder Emperor body. In the future, it would be even easier for him to devour the endless thunder essence in the world. He wouldn't have to worry about absorbing too much thunder essence and dying. Another day passed, and Xia Ping finally consolidated the Thunder Emperor body. His magic power also increased a lot. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of the middle stage of the treasure refining realm. Of course, the Chaos Thunder art was too broad and profound. Every time he comprehended it, he would have a new understanding. This also made his martial arts realm progress at lightning speed. Xia Ping has returned to Universe Star. At this moment, Corinne's voice came. Finally back? Xia Ping stretched his waist. By the way, Corinne, is it really okay to drive Myriad Stars back to Universe Star? Won't people discover that this is a saint-level spaceship? Don't worry, this spaceship has the ability to hide its aura. As long as no one attacks this spaceship, even a sage won't be able to see through it. Corinne was full of confidence. Back then, the old master had paid a great price to build this spaceship with the goal of contending against a sage. Its concealment ability was also top-notch. Even if a sage didn't personally investigate it, he wouldn't be able to see through it. That's good. Xia Ping nodded. Chapter 1381. Qianquan Star. Xia Ping's group alighted from the ship. So this is Qianquan Star, the core of the 6 major starfields, the Qianquan Sex Mountain Gate. Jiang Yaru walked on Qianquan Star and immediately felt the greatness of this planet. It seemed to contain boundless power, and at the same time, it was full of vitality, as if a great ancient being was breathing. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is shockingly dense, more than 100 times that of the cloud world. If we cultivate here, we will definitely improve at a godly speed. Chu Rong was also amazed. She had been traveling with Xia Ping for the past few days and had stopped at many planets along the way, but she had never seen a planet as dense with spiritual energy as Qianquan Star. Even among the billions of planets, Qianquan Star was rather special. There are quite a lot of races here. Not only humans, but there are also demons and many other special races. Su Ji was also amazed. She saw people coming and going in this place, and there were countless races coming and going. This was an eye-opener for her. To be honest, there were quite a lot of races in the cloud world, but compared to the races here, they were pitifully few. Moreover, these races in the universe all had very powerful auras, at least above the Purple Mansion realm. The so-called king of the cloud realm was just a commoner in this place. Joining the Qianquan sect was the right choice. I will definitely find a way to become stronger in this place. Yu Qiqi clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes shining with anticipation. Big brother, where are we going next? Feng Hatong looked at Xia Ping. Xia Ping thought for a moment, Let's go find the sect's elders. I will ask them if they can let you join the Qingkuan sect. Jiang Yaru and the others nodded. They were unfamiliar with this place, so they could only rely on Xia Ping. Under Xia Ping's lead, the group walked towards the Qingkuan sect's elders' courtyard. However, before they could reach the elders' courtyard, they came to a road and suddenly saw a large group of people being carried out. All of them had broken arms and legs, and some of them were wrapped up like dumplings. All of them were heavily injured. They were all wailing in pain, clearly very miserable. Big brother, why are there so many disabled people in the Qingkuan sect? Does it accept just anyone? Feng Hatong asked curiously. Damned fatty, who are you calling a cripple? Are you asking for a beating? Hearing those words, many people glared at Feng Hatong, revealing expressions of anger. What's wrong? Do you want to spar with me? I'll fight you with one hand. Feng Hatong gave him a sidelong glance and directly went up to provoke him, asking for a duel. His favorite thing to do was to bully the weak and bully others. Damn it, this damn fatty. The group of people were angered half to death. This damned fatty must have seen that they were seriously injured and couldn't use even a fraction of their strength, so he openly provoked them. This was clearly bullying them, hitting them when they were down. If it was any other ordinary time and a tiny Violet Palace realm cultivator dared to provoke them, they would surely beat the shit out of that fellow. How could they tolerate that fellow's arrogance? However, there was nothing he could do now. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't unleash any combat power. What's going on? Why are there so many wounded? Xia Ping asked. Senior Xia Ping. Many people immediately noticed Xia Ping. Clearly they recognized him. After all, Xia Ping was the disciple of the Dark North Saint. His news had already spread throughout the entire Qingkuan sect. It could be said that there weren't many who didn't know who Xia Ping was. This is great. Senior Xia is finally back. The group of people cheered. When they saw Xia Ping, all of them were incomparably excited and had forgotten about Feng Hatong's infuriating words. So what if he is back? What's the big deal? Xia Ping felt strange. He didn't think that he had such a great reputation in the sect and received the love and respect from so many disciples. Senior Xia, you don't know? Recently, the Ling Yun sect's disciples came to our Qingkuan sect for an exchange. Someone immediately said. Xia Ping said, so be it. It is a good thing and can improve each other. It is very beneficial. If they want to exchange, then it is naturally a good thing. The problem is that those bastards from the Ling Yun sect came with ill intentions. That's right. That group of bastards came with the excuse of an exchange, but they actually wanted to humiliate our Qingkuan sect's disciples. That's right. Senior Xia, you don't know this. Previously, the Ling Yun sect only sent one disciple and all of us were beaten to the ground. All of us were injured and coughing blood nonstop. Moreover, they were very heavy-handed. Although they didn't kill us, they heavily injured us. Our bones were broken and our lungs were injured. It would be hard for us to recover without 3 months. The group of disciples gritted their teeth in anger. If it was an ordinary exchange, it would naturally be a good thing. However, it was obvious that the people from the Ling Yun sect didn't think so. They came here to show off their strength. Could it be that no one is a match for those Ling Yun sect disciples? Xia Ping didn't believe it. How strong was the Qingkuan sect? They even had Golden Core Realm disciples. No matter how strong those Ling Yun sect disciples were, they couldn't do as they pleased in this place. No, the exchange this time is limited to new disciples who have entered the sect for less than 10 years. Senior brothers who have entered the sect for more than 10 years can't participate. So, many senior brothers can only watch helplessly. Someone said helplessly. According to these people, that Ling Yun sect disciple was very strong. Although he had only entered the sect for 3 years, he had already reached the peak of God realm. Ordinary Qingkuan sect disciples weren't a match for him at all. And it just so happened that at this time, the top 10 geniuses of Qingkuan sect, LV Wunho and the others were also in seclusion, planning to break through their current martial realm. So, they couldn't participate for the time being. Therefore, that Ling Yun sect disciple was arrogant. He could be said to have found a loophole. However, even so, They had to admit that the strength of that Ling Yun sect disciple was indeed terrifying. He had already reached the minor invincible realm. Even if the top 10 new disciples returned, there wouldn't be many who could defeat him. Senior brother Xia, that Ling Yun sect disciple is extremely arrogant. He said that there's no one in our Qingkuan sect. That's right. You didn't see the arrogance of that group of Ling Yun sect disciples. Their noses are almost flying up to the sky. I really can't endure such humiliation. I really want someone to beat that bastard up and teach him a lesson. The group of people gritted their teeth. When they thought of how they were humiliated by that Ling Yun sect disciple, they were filled with hatred. They wanted nothing more than to beat that person up into a pig's head to take revenge. Interesting. Bring me over to take a look. I want to see what abilities that group of Ling Yun sect disciples have. Xia Ping touched his chin and immediately said to the group of Qingkuan sect disciples. He felt that this was a good opportunity. Who knows, he might be able to gain a lot of hatred from this group of Ling Yun sect disciples. Moreover, he also wanted to see the martial Dao mystic arts of other sects' disciples. The group of disciples was instantly overjoyed. They knew how terrifying Xia Ping was. He was the disciple of Dark North Saint and could single-handedly defeat the top 10 new disciples a year ago. Chapter 1382. Many people were gathered at a square in Heaven and Earth sect. Over 10 young men in white stood at the center of the square with arrogance on their faces. They stood with their hands behind their backs, giving off an invincible aura. They looked down on everyone present. At this moment, dozens of Heaven and Earth sect disciples were lying on the ground. All of them were groaning in pain and coughing out blood. Their faces were filled with shame and anger. The other Heaven and Earth sect disciples were furious too. A white-robed young man with a sword on his back said in disdain, "These are Heaven and Earth sect disciples? This is a sect that is on the same level as our Lingyun sect? How disappointing, I didn't expect them to be so weak. None of them can fight at all. I think all of you should just leave Heaven and Earth sect in case you tarnish our reputation and embarrass us." Hearing this, the group of Heaven and Earth sect disciples were furious. Jian Qingbai, don't be too arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that the true geniuses of our Heaven and Earth sect aren't here, how could it be your turn to be arrogant and show off here? That's right, all of you just defeated us outer sect disciples. What is there to be proud of? If Lu Wenho and the others were here, all of you would be useless. Many Heaven and Earth sect disciples gritted their teeth. So what if they are Lu Wenho? If they have the ability, then call them out. Let's see what they can do to me. A cold smile appeared on Jian Qingbai's lips. So that's all you've got? You can see the whole picture just by looking at a spot. It's obvious that those so-called genius disciples aren't even worth mentioning. Right? Don't you have a saint disciple? His name is Xia Ping and he should be the strongest new disciple in Heaven and Earth sect. Why isn't he coming out? Is he afraid of losing to me so he is a coward? I think that Xia Ping doesn't live up to his reputation. He swept a glance at the people around him, and the disdain on his face was even more obvious, and he did not conceal it at all. The group of Heaven and Earth sect disciples stared at Jian Qingbai in rage. Jian Qingbai, you are too arrogant. I will fight you. Just at this moment, a young disciple who was 2-3 meters tall stood out. The area around him shook and he gave off a peak god realm aura. Quite a few Qingkuan sect disciples recognized him. This was Gattuso, who was ranked 20th in the freshman ranking competition. This time, he received the news and hurried over, wanting to help his senior and junior brothers vent their anger. Do you think you're qualified to fight me? Scram. In an instant, Jian Qingbai made his move. He drew his long sword and slashed at him. Sword Dao Divine Ability, Tiangang Waterfall Sword. What? Gattuso was greatly shocked. He could sense how terrifying the sword attack was. Even though his opponent had only slashed out with a single sword attack, he had slashed out tens of thousands of sword chi, which fell down like a waterfall. This sword contained the power of 10,000 caddies, and each streak of sword chi weighed billions of tons. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of such streaks of sword chi, so one could imagine how terrifying this sword was. It was extraordinary. Although Jian Qingbai was very arrogant, his reputation was not undeserved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated so many Qiankuan sect disciples. Gattuso let out a miserable cry. He wanted to block with all his might, but it was useless. The waterfall-like sword technique instantly sent him flying. With a bang, his entire body slid along the ground for a total of 2 to 3 kilometers before slamming into a building in the distance. He coughed out blood on the spot, and his lungs were heavily injured. Many Qiankuan sect disciples were shocked. Gattuso could be considered a genius. After all, he was able to be ranked top 20 among the freshman disciples. Such talent was unquestionable. However, he still couldn't block a single sword attack from Jian Qingbai and was heavily injured on the spot. They were unwilling to accept such a reality. As expected of the Qiankuan sect disciples. They only know how to boast, but they don't have much ability. They can't even block a single sword attack from me. What else is there to say? After defeating Gattuso with a single sword attack, Jian Qingbai became even more arrogant. His nostrils were already in the air, and his gaze towards the Qiankuan sect disciples was even more disdainful. However, the Qiankuan sect disciples only dared to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, their skills were inferior. What else was there to say? Damn it, this Jian Qingbai is too arrogant. Is there no one who can punish him? LV Wenho and the other genius disciples are all in closed-door cultivation for the sake of participating in the fiendish demon battlefield. They plan to break through to the treasure refinement realm. They won't be able to come out in a short period of time. Senior brother Xia seems to have gone far away and is no longer in Qiankuan Star. No one can contact him. I feel that even if senior brother Xia really makes a move, he might not be able to defeat this Jian Qingbai. What kind of joke is this? You are boosting the morale of others and diminishing your own. No. I have my reasons for this. Although senior brother Xia has demonic talent and became the disciple of the Dark North Saint, he has only joined the Qiankuan sect for a year and a half. Previously, he was still a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. No matter how demonic his talent is, he can't make much progress in such a short period of time. How can he be a match for Jian Qingbai, who is at the peak of the divine power realm? Indeed. The cultivation time is too short, and his martial realm can't keep up. I reckon that senior brother Xia is at most at the peak of the fulfillment realm. He might not even have reached the divine power realm. I reckon that this group of bastards from Ling Yun sect saw this and wanted to challenge senior brother Xia when he is weak. If he wins, they will say that they defeated the disciple of the saint. They are planning to use senior brother Xia as a stepping stone. This group of disciples from Ling Yun sect is really despicable and sinister. It seems that we can only endure the humiliation this time. Many disciples from Qiankuan sect clenched their fists. They were very unwilling, but no one was a match for these disciples from Ling Yun sect. They were helpless. Moreover, so what if they defeated Jian Qingbai? There were still more than 10 people behind him, and their auras were not much weaker than Jian Qingbai's. Some were even stronger. It seems that no one is a match for me. This trip to Qiankuan sect is really disappointing. From now on, you will all be called the sick men of Qiankuan sect. This nickname suits you very well. Jian Qingbai smiled. Not bad, not bad. This nickname is not bad. You can't even take one sword from junior brother Jian. If you aren't sick men, then what are you? Qiankuan sect, you really don't deserve your reputation. The dozen disciples from Ling Yun sect behind him all laughed loudly and were very proud. Damn it. The group of Qiankuan sect disciples could not suppress the anger in their hearts. They wanted to rush up and beat this group of people up. Let's go. Jian Qingbai waved his hand and wanted to leave. Wait, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to see me? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Senior brother Xia. Many Qiankuan sect disciples looked over and were all overjoyed. They recognized that the person who came was Xia Ping. As for the people behind Xia Ping, they were all ignored. The disciple of the saint, Xia Ping. Jian Qingbai and the others who wanted to leave immediately stopped. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the person in front of them. This was because Xia Ping was an extremely famous young disciple recently. He was studied by all the sections. Chapter 1383. This is the saint's disciple, Xia Ping? The eyes of a dozen Lingyun sect disciples flickered as they sized up Xia Ping. They seemed to want to find out what secrets he had and why the saint would take a liking to him. However, Xia Ping's aura was concealed, and he was like a rock. No matter how they looked, they couldn't find him. So you're Xia Ping? You don't look like much. I wonder if you're just a facade. Seeing Xia Ping appear, Jian Qingbai was still arrogant and proud. He had absolute confidence in himself. Even if the other party was the legendary saint's disciple, he wasn't afraid. Do you want to try? I'll fight you with one hand. Xia Ping put on a carefree expression and had the bearing of a master. How arrogant! I'd like to see how you'll defeat me with one hand. Jian Qingbai was furious. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he wielded his long sword and attacked. Sword art, Tiangang waterfall sword. Rumble, wave after wave of sword energy fell from the sky like a waterfall, emitting an aura that was several times stronger than before. Each wave contained earth-shattering power. This kid didn't use his full strength just now? Everyone was shocked, especially Gatuso. His face was ashen. If Jian Qingbai had used his full strength just now, he probably would have been turned to dust. The power of such a sword art was truly terrifying. It wasn't something an ordinary person could block. Just one wave of sword energy was enough to tear apart an ordinary divine realm cultivator's body. This is the power of a divine realm cultivator in the universe? Jiang Yaru and the others narrowed their eyes. They'd seen the power of the invincible kings in the cloud realm, but they couldn't compare to Jian Qingbai at all. Whether it was the density of magic power or the power of martial arts, the difference was like heaven and earth. If Jian Qingbai appeared in the cloud realm, he would probably sweep through a group of invincible kings. Not bad. Xia Ping's expression was very calm. For a cultivator in the middle stage of the treasure refinement realm like him, the martial arts of the divine realm were child's play. He didn't move at all. He flicked his finger lightly, and a terrifying gust of wind shot out. The runes in the sky intertwined and formed a heaven and earth formation. Bang! With just one strike, the sword qi that filled the sky was instantly shaken into a ball of yuan qi and turned into nothingness. The powerful force was transmitted to Jian Qingbai's body, sending him flying. His blood surged and he almost vomited blood. He slid across the ground for several hundred meters, creating a deep crack in the ground. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Jian Qingbai was extremely shocked right now. He could feel that Xia Ping's finger contained the endless power of the world. When the finger blasted over, it was unstoppable. The sword technique he was so proud of could not even withstand a single blow. This made his mind go blank. Didn't they say that this kid was only at the Purple Mansion realm 1.5 years ago? But what was going on? Why was his strength so terrifying? Is this the famous sword technique of the Lingyun sect, the Tiangang waterfall sword? It is indeed very powerful. Thousands of sword qi gather and form the power of a waterfall. Ordinary people would be blasted to death, unable to block it. You must have spent a lot of effort to learn this sword technique. Xia Ping nodded and praised. He commented on Jian Qingbai, as expected of the genius disciple of the Lingyun sect. You really live up to your reputation. It won't be difficult for you to become a golden core cultivator in the future. The group of Qiankuan sect disciples were speechless. Although Xia Ping's words were all praises and didn't mean to belittle Jian Qingbai, they still felt very uncomfortable no matter how they listened. After all, if the heavenly astral waterfall sword was really that powerful, how could it be destroyed with just a flick of his finger? It was as if he didn't even need to lift a finger. If that was the case, coupled with the fact that such a thing had happened, no matter how one listened to it, there was a hint of ridicule in it. And he even commented on Jian Qingbai, saying that he lived up to his reputation and that he would become a golden core cultivator in the future. Was this something someone of the same generation could say? It was clearly a senior teaching a junior. He was giving pointers from a higher position. He was basically saying that Jian Qingbai and he were not on the same level anymore. He was not fighting with him, but giving pointers. As the prodigy of the Lingyun sect, how could Jian Qingbai not hear Xia Ping's sarcastic words? And how proud was he? How could he endure Xia Ping's mockery? What does it have to do with you whether I become a golden core cultivator or not? You want to give me pointers? Who do you think you are? Jian Qingbai was going crazy. He couldn't restrain his anger. He immediately released an aura that was many times more terrifying than before. Retreat, retreat immediately. Junior brother Jian is going all out. A Lingyun sect disciple's expression changed drastically. He immediately said to his senior and junior brothers. Immediately, the group of people quickly retreated more than 10 kilometers to avoid being affected by the sword. The other Qingkuan sect disciples also felt the danger. They all retreated without stopping, afraid that the sword would hurt them. At that time, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. I'd like to see how you're going to give me pointers. If you have the guts, come and give me pointers. Jian Qingbai gritted his teeth. All the mana in his body surged into the sword in his hand. Sword divine ability, collapsing mountain sword. The sword slashed over. It contained extremely sharp power. Endless sword chi gathered at one point. It seemed to be able to cut through space. This sword had the power to collapse mountains and crack the earth. Many Qingkuan sect disciples were shocked. They could feel the terrifying power of this sword. Compared to the previous sword, it was many times more powerful. It was also indestructible. All the sword chi in the world gathered at one point. It was almost an invincible sword in the god power realm. If it was a regular god power realm cultivator, just the ripples of the sword chi would probably turn them into dust. Noisy! Xia Ping didn't even look and slapped over. Martial divine ability, great yin-yang tablet smashing hand. In the air, a huge hand formed from yin and yang chi crushed down. It instantly grabbed the shocking sword chi and was completely obliterated in a breath's time. Oh no! Jian Qingbai was scared out of his wits. He wanted to run, but it was useless. The hand came crashing down from the sky. Not only did it easily shatter his boundless sword chi, but it even grabbed his body in an instant. In the next second, his entire body was slammed into the ground. In an instant, a 5-finger-deep pit with a diameter of 10 kilometers appeared on the ground. There were even clear palm prints on the ground, as if they were imprints of an array formation, filled with a terrifying aura. Jian Qingbai lay on the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His bones were broken and he was already half dead. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. Junior brother Jian. Chapter 1384. Xia Ping, you're too much. One of the Lingyun sect's disciples glared at Xia Ping furiously. You actually attacked junior martial brother Jian so heavily. Is this how your Qingkuan sect treats your guests? Xia Ping said, sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose. I only patted him lightly just now and didn't expect him to almost die. Actually, I told you before not to compete with me. Sometimes, I don't know how to control my strength and he might die. But he didn't listen, so what could I do? He revealed an innocent expression. You. The group of Lingyun sect disciples gritted their teeth. They wanted to punch that innocent face and step on it a few times. Let's see if this kid still dared to act dumb here. An expert with such strength should have reached the acme of perfection in his control of strength. How could he not control his own strength? He even said that he didn't know how to control his strength. That was bullshit. This bastard clearly did it on purpose. He wanted to take revenge on junior brother Jian, which was why he attacked so heavily. This bastard wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He wanted to take revenge. The problem was that when they fought with the Heaven and Earth sect disciples, they also said the same thing. They even said that if they were weaker, they shouldn't fight. Who would have thought that the tables would turn? What you? Don't tell me Lingyun sect is a sore loser? This is an exchange between cultivators. Isn't it normal to not know how to control your strength? That's right. If you don't have this awareness, what's the point of competing? Go home and drink. Also, Jian Qingbai didn't die. Why are you still talking here? That's right. Which cultivator hasn't been heavily injured before? What is this? Don't tell me that your Lingyun sect only has this little bit of magnanimity. Many heaven and earth sect disciples mocked them. They finally found a chance to hit them when they were down. Seeing Jian Qingbai half-crippled, they felt that Xia Ping helped them vent their anger. Previously, these Lingyun sect disciples were so arrogant. It was fine if they won, but they purposely beat up so many disciples and even mocked them as sick men of heaven and earth sect. How could they tolerate that? Now that they saw these Lingyun sect disciples suffer, they felt extremely good. It was like eating ice cream during the hottest days of summer. Damn it. The group of Lingyun sect disciples were angered half to death, their faces flushed red, wishing to fight it out with this group of Qinkuan sect disciples. You're not convinced? Xia Ping said with a smile. Why don't you send a few more people to fight with me? Actually, it doesn't matter if you all come at me together. I can handle it. What? Hearing this, the group of disciples from the Lingyun sect flew into a rage. Provocation? This was clearly a provocation. What was this bastard talking about? He wanted them to attack together, and he even said that he could deal with more than 10 of them. Just how much did this guy look down on them? Did he think that he could defeat more than 10 disciples of the Lingyun sect by himself? They felt like their chests were about to explode. They had never been so angry in their lives. Just as the group of Lingyun sect disciples were about to lose control of their urge to attack Xia Ping, a voice rang out. Stop, you are no match for that person. Just as the voice rang out, a figure flew over from the sky. It was a young man dressed in black, riding on a ferocious beast. With a thump, this ferocious beast landed on the ground, stirring up a violent wind. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, causing dust to fly everywhere. The surrounding Qinkuan sect disciples all retreated. This ferocious beast was extremely terrifying, emitting a ferocious aura from head to toe. Its body was 5 to 6 meters long, and it had a strong physique like a leopard. Its entire body was covered with needle-like fur, revealing 2 malevolent fangs at the corner of its mouth, and there was a horn on its head. Its entire body emitted a scarlet glow, and there were flowing scarlet runes on its body. Without a doubt, this was an ancient ferocious beast. Although it hadn't matured yet, its body emitted a tyrannical aura that was almost tangible, like flowing water. My God, this is a single-horned lava leopard. Everyone was astonished. They immediately recognized the origin of this ferocious beast. It was the famous single-horned lava leopard, possessing the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast. It was incomparably ferocious, and its personality was cruel. It was almost impossible to tame. In ancient times, the single-horned lava leopard once wreaked havoc in a star field. Everywhere it went, it turned into a sea of fire, devoured tens of thousands of planets, and killed billions of lives. Although this single-horned lava leopard hadn't matured yet, the power it contained was extremely terrifying. At the very least, it was at the treasure refining realm. To actually be able to tame a single-horned lava leopard, this person is not simple. Someone stared in shock at this black-robed man riding on the single-horned lava leopard. Such an ancient ferocious beast was untamed, and taming it was extremely difficult. But once it was tamed, it would be of endless help. Putting aside the strength of its master, just this ancient ferocious beast alone could sweep away a large number of Qinkuan sect disciples. The single-horned lava leopard's 4 hooves stomped on the ground. It was 2 to 3 meters tall, like a small mountain. Its eyes revealed a ferocious glint that intersected with the runes in the air, emitting boundless baleful energy. If an ordinary person stood in front of this ancient ferocious beast, they would tremble in fear and lose 70% of their courage. Senior brother Bien Haifan. Many Lingyun sect disciples looked at the black-robed man excitedly. This person was also a disciple of Lingyun sect, and he was even stronger than them. He had already entered Lingyun sect for 10 years, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the treasure refining realm. They believed that if this senior brother acted, it would be enough to sweep away all the Qinkuan sect disciples here. Don't you think you're a little too much? Bien Haifan ignored the Lingyun sect disciples. He looked down at Xia Ping and said, You've clearly advanced to the treasure refining realm, but you're still bullying a junior in the divine ability realm. What? Not only the Ling Yun sect disciples, but even the Qiankuan sect disciples were shocked. Although they had some guesses in their hearts, they didn't expect Xia Ping to actually advance to the treasure refining realm, especially the Qiankuan sect disciples. They knew that Xia Ping was only a Purple Mansion realm cultivator 1.5 years ago, but now he actually advanced to the treasure refining realm. His cultivation speed was simply terrifying. It can't be, right? Senior brother Xia actually advanced to the treasure refining realm. Is this real? I remember that 1.5 years ago, senior brother Xia was only at the Purple Mansion realm. Now, he's already a treasure refining realm cultivator. Is his cultivation speed like driving a flying ship? No wonder senior brother Xia easily defeated Jian Qingbai. Isn't defeating a junior in the divine ability realm a piece of cake for a treasure refining realm cultivator? How exactly did he cultivate? I've been stuck at the fulfillment realm for 5 or 6 years, and I still haven't broken through. This is nothing. I've been stuck at the divine ability realm for 20 years, and I still haven't improved. I can only say that he's indeed a disciple of a saint. Just his cultivation speed is already extraordinary. Chapter 1385. The Lingyun sect disciples were astonished as well. They knew that Xia Ping was only at the Purple Mansion realm a year ago. Now, he was at the treasure refinement realm. Even if he was a disciple of a saint, this speed of improvement was too exaggerated. Even taking pills wouldn't be this fast. Jian Qingbai's expression was terrible. He finally knew why he lost so badly. He was a God Power realm cultivator, but he had to fight a treasure refinement realm cultivator. Wasn't this courting death? Bullying a junior? Xia Ping heard this and instantly laughed. I just joined the Heaven and Earth sect. In terms of seniority, I'm just an inner disciple. How is this bullying? But if you're not convinced and want to stand up for Jian Qingbai, you can find me for a spar. I'll fight you to the end. He looked indifferently at the black-clothed man, Bien Haifan. Spar? You're too arrogant. Bien Haifan's tone was calm and condescending. You're only at the intermediate stage of the treasure refining realm, while I've long been a cultivator at the pinnacle of the treasure refining realm, half a step into the true fire realm. Do I even need to do anything to a junior like you? Just my mount is enough to flatten you. He didn't plan to fight himself. He just wanted to use his mount to deal with Xia Ping. What? The Heaven and Earth sect disciples were all furious. This was really looking down on them. There was a hint of humiliation. If they were really defeated by him, it would be a humiliation that they would never be able to wash away. They would also be mocked by the outside world. If they couldn't even defeat the opponent's mount, then what strength did they have? Some people felt that Bien Haifan was extremely despicable. In terms of strength, as an ancient beast, the single-horned lava leopard was definitely not weaker than Bien Haifan himself. Because of the bloodline of the single-horned lava leopard, its strength, speed, and defense were far superior to humans. It was also extremely ferocious and didn't fear death. In a real battle, this ancient beast could almost sweep away all opponents of the same level. From a certain perspective, fighting with the single-horned lava leopard was even more dangerous than fighting with humans. After all, the single-horned lava leopard was an ancient beast. If it went berserk, it could kill people at any moment. It was different from fighting with humans. Humans would more or less show mercy, but beasts wouldn't. It was a battle of life and death. Really? If it can really flatten me, I'd like to try. Xia Ping smiled at Bien Haifan. Then let's give it a try. Bien Haifan patted the back of the single-horned lava leopard and said casually, "Leopard, stomp him to death." The unicorn lava leopard roared and charged towards Xia Ping. Instantly, the ground shook, and everything within tens of kilometers trembled. It was as if there was a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. The primordial beast's entire body emitted a red light, and its entire body emitted a ball of flames. Its 4 hooves stomped on the ground, instantly turning the ground into a sea of molten lava. It was ferocious to the extreme, and its endless fiendish aura spread out for dozens of miles. Everyone who felt this aura felt as if there was a blade on their backs, as if they were being stared at by the god of death. Too violent. The surrounding heaven and earth sect disciples were all astonished. They could feel the ferocity of the single-horned lava leopard. Its body was incomparably tough, not inferior to a magic treasure. When it charged over, it felt like a mountain crushing down on them. If an ordinary cultivator were to encounter such a collision, they would instantly be smashed into a pile of minced meat. Moreover, this primordial beast's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it leaped several hundred meters and appeared in front of Xia Ping. Its 4 hooves descended from the sky, wanting to trample Xia Ping to death. Xia Ping rushed over and punched out. Boom! A man and a ferocious beast crashed into each other, producing a deafening sound like a huge explosion. But what surprised everyone was that the single-horned lava leopard, who originally thought that Xia Ping would be smashed into meat paste, was actually sent flying. It let out a mournful howl and coughed out blood in midair. And Bien Haifan, who originally thought that he could borrow the strength of the single-horned lava leopard to deal with Xia Ping, was actually sent flying. In an instant he flew several hundred meters away. The tyrannical fist force seeped into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, causing Bien Haifan's blood to boil. He almost coughed out blood and even rolled a few times on the ground, looking incomparably miserable. Impossible! Bien Haifan was stunned. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. His single-horned lava leopard was a primordial beast with unparalleled strength, comparable to divine beasts. How could an ordinary human compete with such an primordial beast in terms of strength? Wasn't this a joke? But what did he see now? In a competition of strength, the single-horned lava leopard actually lost. Even its body wasn't a match for Xia Ping. It was sent flying and coughed out blood in midair. My God, what kind of body structure does senior brother Xia have? He's completely fine after clashing with the single-horned lava leopard. Instead, the single-horned lava leopard was heavily injured. Some Qingkuan sect disciples were dumbfounded. I heard that senior brother Xia has cultivated a type of treasure physique, causing his physique to be incomparably tyrannical, even more terrifying than the offspring of divine beasts. Back then, LV Wenho condensed the ghost god physique. By right, he should be invincible, but he was still defeated by senior brother Xia. My God, ghost god physique? Isn't that one of the strongest physiques in the universe? It was actually defeated by senior brother Xia? Naturally, this primordial beast must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to want to compete with senior brother Xia in terms of strength. It's simply courting death. Many Qingkuan sect disciples discussed. At this moment, Xia Ping didn't care about Bien Haifan, who was sent flying. He charged towards the single-horned lava leopard. Boom! He punched out again, ruthlessly smashing into the body of the single-horned lava leopard. Instantly, the bones in its body broke and its skin ruptured. It coughed out large amounts of blood. The single-horned lava leopard was infuriated. At the same time, it felt endless fear in its heart. It felt as though death was about to befall it. This injury had completely stimulated the ferocity in its body. Rumble, in the next second, a ball of terrifying flames erupted from its body. Its horn glowed and a heaven and earth grand formation appeared under its 4 hooves. Runes were densely covered the formation, as though they were intertwining with stars. In an instant, a radius of 10 miles was transformed into a sea of lava. Flames filled the sky and the temperature was incomparably high. It was as though it wanted to incinerate everything in the world. It's over, the single-horned lava leopard is enraged. A group of Qingkuan sect disciples were alarmed. They could feel waves of destructive energy emitting from the single-horned lava leopard's body. A terrifying flame energy was brewing. If it erupted, it would be able to raze the buildings within a radius of a few hundred miles. The single-horned lava leopard roared towards the sky. A ball of flames shot out from its mouth, wanting to burn Xia Ping to death. Bang! Before the single-horned lava leopard could finish speaking, Xia Ping punched out again. A faint image of a golden crow of hell appeared behind him, suppressing the past and destroying the present. In an instant, The flames in the single-horned lava leopard's mouth were blasted back. The grand formation on the ground was instantly turned into dust. The flames and runes in the air were all dispersed. Damn, who is the primordial beast here? Chapter 1386. Stop! Seeing his pet in danger, Bien Hai Fan panicked. He was no longer as calm and condescending as before. He wanted to stop Xia Ping. One had to know that he had paid a great price to obtain this unicorn lava leopard. In order to raise this pet, he had also spent a great deal of effort and money. This was a spiritual pet that could accompany him in conquering the world, enough to accompany him for a lifetime. If it was killed now, his losses would be unimaginable. How could he not be nervous? But Xia Ping did not even look at Bien Hai Fan. He punched again. It was like a falling meteorite, containing an incomparable fist energy and a spiraling force. Bang! This attack instantly shattered the rune formation on the unicorn lava leopard's body. The fist energy penetrated and immediately smashed the unicorn lava leopard's head, turning it into lava. The unicorn lava leopard was dead. Dead? Everyone was shocked and dumbstruck. This was too savage. That was a single-horned lava leopard that had the battle strength of a peak treasure refinement realm expert. It was enough to sweep away countless creatures of the same level. It was incomparably savage and could swallow billions of creatures with a single bite. But now, it was killed by Xia Ping with one punch. Even its head was smashed. In truth, it was not that the unicorn lava leopard was weak. Some treasure refining realm cultivators thought that if they were to face this ancient beast, they would have no chance of survival other than treasures. Who would have thought that after Xia Ping attacked, he would beat the unicorn lava leopard to death in 2 or 3 moves? This degree of brutality was even more terrifying than ancient beasts. Too powerful. Is this the disciple of a saint? No one in the same generation is his opponent. His target is probably the older generation. Many people were shocked. Not a bad leopard. Its blood and flesh are full of energy. Looks like I'll be lucky tonight. I can make a feast of leopard meat. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. He wanted to dissect the unicorn lava leopard's corpse and make it into a meal. Arg, Xia Ping, you and I are irreconcilable. Bien Hai Fan was infuriated. No one could imagine how angry he was. If looks could kill, Xia Ping would have been killed 1,000 times. If anger could turn into flames, then the entire planet would be burnt to ashes. This unicorn lava leopard was a pet and mount that he had spent a lot of effort to raise. It would accompany him to conquer the universe in the future, but now it was killed by Xia Ping. It would have been fine if he had killed it, but this bastard actually wanted to butcher his mount right in front of him and make it his dinner. This was simply too much, too much. Die! Bien Hai Fan roared angrily and pounced forward. A terrifying flame energy erupted from his body and connected with heaven and earth energy. A heaven and earth formation immediately appeared in midair. Martial mystification, meteor rain. Suddenly, tens of thousands of small suns appeared in the sky, covering the sky. It was as if the sky had turned into a sea of fire. Endless fire energy gathered at the center of the formation. Soon, these small suns fell from the sky like meteorites, smashing towards Xia Ping. Run, senior brother Bien is going to use his ultimate move. A Lingyun sect disciple shouted in fear. He had seen Bien Haifan's martial path mystique before. Its power was boundless. Bien Hai Fan had once used this martial path mystique to kill a group of interstellar bandits on a desolate planet. In the end, everything within 1,000 miles was covered in flames. Not a single blade of grass grew and all life was lost. The area within 1,000 miles turned into endless flames. The flames wouldn't be extinguished even after hundreds of years. As for the group of interstellar bandits, they were naturally turned to ashes. What? The Heaven and Earth sect disciples weren't fools. They could sense how terrifying this mystique was. The flames that covered the sky came crashing down like a calamity. If they stayed in the center of the calamity, they would definitely die. Xia Ping raised his head. He could also sense how powerful this mystique was. It was indeed a terrifying flame mystique, but to him, it was nothing much. In an instant he struck out with a claw. Immediately, the illusion of a golden crow of hell appeared in the void and grabbed out with a golden claw. The moment this claw appeared, golden light shot out in all directions, shaking the world and destroying the heavens. In the depths of this claw, there was the power of a whirlpool. There were countless runes and a series of runes revolving around it. With this claw, the thousands of small suns in the sky seemed to be attracted by the power of this whirlpool. Instantly, they were grabbed by this claw. The heaven and earth formation in the sky was torn apart by this terrifying claw, turning into a rain of light that dissipated between the heavens and earth. As for those small suns that were formed from countless flames, they were grabbed by the golden claw. They were then crushed and compressed into a ball of golden flames the size of a fist. Xia Ping grabbed it lightly and immediately placed this ball of golden flames into his mouth. With a smacking sound, he swallowed it. Instantly, he felt a warmth in his stomach. It was as though he had drunk a mouthful of nourishing soup. Fuck, he ate it? The disciples of the Lingyun sect were dumbfounded. One must know that this was the power of Bien Haifen's flames. It contained extremely strong destructive power. Ordinary people would try to avoid it, but this brat actually grabbed it and ate it. Fuck, this was a flame, not some ice cream or dessert. How could he eat it just like that? Could it be that this brat wasn't a human, but some kind of divine beast? Wasn't he going to use his ultimate move? The group of Qiankuan sect disciples were speechless. They thought that this move of Bien Haifen's would be terrifying. They didn't expect that it would be destroyed by Xia Ping with a single claw. Not only that, he even grabbed the ball of flame energy and ate it raw. They felt that this was a little too loud but little rain. The disciples of the Lingyun sect were flushed red. They didn't know what to say. They could only say that this scene was too strange. Xia Ping, I won't forgive you. Bien Haifan was going crazy. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. With a whoosh, he rushed forward crazily, wanting to fight with Xia Ping to regain his face. Xia Ping was a little impatient. He slapped over. Immediately, a yin-yang millstone came crashing down. It was like the pressure of Mount Tai, capable of obliterating everything. Bang! The speed of this palm was really too fast. Moreover, the angle was strange. It was like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace. Bien Haifan didn't even know what was happening and his body was already slapped. He cultivated a protective divine ability. His body could emit 18 layers of protective light screens. Each layer of light screens had extremely strong defensive power. A total of 18 layers was enough to allow him to transform into an indestructible golden body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through his defense. However, this was all useless. The terrifying spiral force seeped in and the 18 layers of light screens were smashed into pieces. His entire body was like a rubber ball that was ruthlessly smashed into the ground. In an instant, a huge human-shaped pit was blasted out. Chapter 1387. Senior Brother Bien. A group of Lingyun sect disciples rushed up and administered first aid. They fed him medicinal pills and pinched his philtrum. They barely managed to save Bien Haifen's life and prevent him from dying on the spot. But even so, they were still shocked by Xia Ping's strength. If even Bien Haifan wasn't a match for Xia Ping, then who among them would be able to win against him? Come, everyone, let's roast this single-horned lava leopard. Today, I will treat everyone to leopard meat. Xia Ping spoke casually. He immediately took out all sorts of barbecue tools and skinned the lava leopard on the spot. He even added some peanut oil, soy sauce, cumin, etc. After that, he started a fire. Not long later, the entire square was filled with a fragrant aroma. The entire lava leopard had been roasted until it was golden yellow. A single look at it would cause one to salivate. All the Qiankuan sect disciples were stunned. This was a square of Qiankuan sect and was usually used for sparring. But now, it had become a barbecue ground. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Xia Ping had actually roasted the one-horned lava leopard's mount in front of them. Come eat, don't stand on ceremony. Xia Ping called out. After hearing this, the group of Qiankuan sect disciples were tempted. After all, This was the meat of an ancient ferocious beast. Although it hadn't matured yet, its flesh and blood contained abundant energy. It was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. They immediately went up and took out a small knife, cutting off a piece and eating it. Not bad, not bad. This is too delicious. This is the meat of a peak-grade ferocious beast. Senior brother Xia's culinary skills are also top-notch, roasting it to perfection. Even a great chef is only as. How many ferocious beasts did he roast to have such culinary skills? Don't tell me that senior brother Xia often hunts ferocious beasts to eat? My God, my body is glowing like my blood is burning. There's lava flowing in the depths of my dantian. Quickly sit cross-legged and digest this. This is a great opportunity. The energy contained in this ferocious beast meat is not inferior to thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. Eating a single mouthful is enough to save you several years of cultivation. Thank you so much, Senior Brother Xia. If it weren't for Senior Brother Xia, we wouldn't have been able to afford such a fierce beast's meat. All of the Qiankuan sect's disciples were excited to the extreme. They began to gulp down the meat. They knew that if this meat was placed outside, it would be a treasure that couldn't be bought even with money. It was equivalent to a precious medicine. It could be said that this was a great fortune bestowed upon them by Xia Ping. The eyes of many injured Qiankuan sect disciples lit up, and they hurriedly crawled up. Even if they grimaced in pain, they weren't willing to give up this chance. Jiang Yaro and the others also went up to eat without caring about their image. After eating the meat, the Qiankuan sect's disciples all cried out loudly. They had only eaten 1 or 2 pieces and they were already unable to endure it. Their bodies felt like they were burning in a furnace, glowing brightly. They hurriedly sat down cross-legged to digest the meat. Otherwise, they would definitely be burned alive by the exuberant qi and blood. Even if someone wanted to eat more than 2 pieces, they couldn't do anything about it. If one's physique wasn't strong enough, eating too much would be equivalent to courting death. Xia Ping. Seeing this scene, Bian Haifan was so angry that his face turned green. He let out a roar and actually fainted from anger. Eating his mount in front of so many people, and even enjoying it with relish, was simply a slap to his face. Many Qiankuan sect's disciples gritted their teeth, wanting nothing more than to rush up and give Xia Ping and the others a good beating. This was too much of a bully. But after considering each other's strength, they still gave up and chose to be a coward. But they still hurriedly woke Bian Haifan up. Otherwise, they would really be unable to wake up for a long time. But after waking up, Bian Haifan was filled with grief and indignation. When he saw Xia Ping and the others eating his mount, he wanted nothing more than to faint again. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, a voice as pleasant to the ears as a lark drifted over. The one who spoke was a white-robed female. Everyone immediately looked over. A white-robed female flew over. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were like stars. She was like a lotus that was born in the celestial world, pure and untainted by the mortal world. She had the temperament of a fairy. Many people felt as though their souls were being baptized when they saw this white-robed female. They felt as though she was a fairy born in nature, the purest existence in the world, just like a saintess. They felt that when facing such a fairy, they couldn't even shift their eyes away. Senior Sister Yi. Seeing the appearance of this white-robed female, the Qiankuan sect's disciples immediately cried out in surprise. The eyes of Bian Haifan, who was originally heartbroken, also lit up. It was as though he had seen an angel healing his soul. Yimeng Yao. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He immediately recognized the identity of this white-robed female. She was actually the troublesome female he met in the novice village. She had once fought with him for 300 rounds and had extraordinary battle prowess. And beside this white-robed female, there were 2 or 3 other females. They were also like fairies with exquisite figures. Although they were far from being comparable to Yimeng Yao, they could still be considered beauties. They also quickly discovered the situation on the square and were instantly stunned. My God, quickly look at what these men are doing here. They are actually barbecuing. Isn't this the place for the sex competition? How did it become a barbecue ground? Could it be that the Qiankuan sect's disciples are all foodies? They don't even care about the occasion when they eat. This is too free. No, something isn't right. Look at that ferocious beast. Isn't that a single-horned lava leopard? That's right. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. It seems to be Senior Brother Bien's mount. How did it get barbecued? The group of female disciples was dumbfounded. They were a little confused and didn't know what happened. They only saw a group of Qiankuan sect's disciples eating the meat of the single-horned lava leopard with grease dripping from their mouths. Senior Brother Bien. They also quickly discovered Bien Haifan lying in a pool of blood. They couldn't understand why Bien Haifan was in such a state. Junior Brother Bien, what exactly happened? Yi Mengyao also frowned and looked at Bien Haifan. Senior Sister Yi, you came at the right time. You must seek justice for me. When Bien Haifan heard this, his backbone immediately came. He hurriedly complained and wailed, "This group of Qiankuan sect's disciples aren't humans. They are all beasts. Especially that shameless bastard Xia Ping. Not only did he injure me, he even killed my mount. He even barbecued it on the spot. My pitiful single-horned lava leopard. It followed me for more than 10 years. We went through fire and water together. Sometimes, we even bathed and slept together. But it was eaten just like that. I can't accept this, I can't accept this." His snot and tears flowed down his face. Those who heard it would feel extremely sad. Chapter 1388. What justice? Xia Ping glanced at them. He wanted to spar with me but was defeated by me. You all still want justice? Defeated? Then why did Senior Brother Bien become like this? Hundreds of bones in his body were broken and he almost died. The Lingyun sect disciples gritted their teeth. They had never seen a spar that could turn Bien Haifan into such a state. It was as though he was about to die. Xia Ping shrugged. Fists and legs have no eyes. Who knew that he would be so weak? If I knew that he was so weak, I would have been gentler. He shrugged his shoulders. He was innocent and it wasn't his fault. Hearing this, the disciples of the Lingyun sect became even angrier. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their nostrils. What was this bastard saying? He was clearly mocking the disciples of the Lingyun sect for being weak and unable to withstand a single blow. Many of the Qiankuan sect's disciples felt extremely comfortable. Earlier, this group of Lingyun sect's disciples were extremely arrogant and even looked down on them for being weak, throwing the face of the Qiankuan sect. Now, the tables had turned. This was karma. Bastard. Bien Haifan was so angry that his face turned green and he clenched his fists. Especially since the Lingyun sect's saintess Yi Mengyao was here, he felt extremely humiliated and humiliated. He actually let the goddess see him in such a humiliating state. He really wanted to charge up and fight it out with Xia Ping. Excuses. A female disciple from the Lingyun sect shouted, "Let's forget about defeating Junior Brother Bien, but why did you kill his mount? This is too much. What can I do? This ancient beast is tough to tame and it even wanted to kill me. I could only kill it. I was purely defending myself." Xia Ping said calmly. "Why did you roast it?" Xia Ping said, "Recycling." The Lingyun sect disciples were furious. They stared at Xia Ping. "You what? If you are not convinced, then fight me if you have the balls." Xia Ping clenched his fists. He didn't mind fighting with these Lingyun sect disciples to determine who was stronger. Bien Haifan and the others gritted their teeth and wanted to fight Xia Ping. Enough. At this time, Yi Mengyao stood up and stopped this group of people from attacking because she could see that Xia Ping's strength was not simple. If this group of people attacked, they would most likely be beaten up. After all, the strongest person in this group was Bien Haifan. If even he lost so miserably, what chance did the others have of winning? "Junior Brother Xia, since you want to compete so much, do you want to fight with me?" Yi Mengyao looked at Xia Ping, revealing a faint smile. Hearing this, the disciples of the Lingyun sect were overjoyed. They all knew how terrifying Yi Mengyao's strength was. She was known as the most talented saintess of the Lingyun sect in 10,000 years. She had only joined the Lingyun sect for 300 years, but her cultivation was already comparable to the older generation. It was unfathomable. It was said that her strength had already reached the Transcendence realm and was about to break through to the Thunder Tribulation realm. If Yi Mengyao were to make a move, she would be able to destroy this brat with a single breath. Auntie, do you have any shame? This is just a competition between new students. What are you doing here? Step aside. Xia Ping said with disdain. He could also see that Yi Mingyao's martial arts realm was extremely high, far higher than his. Fighting with such a person was clearly asking for abuse. He was not that stupid. Auntie. Yi Mingyao's beautiful eyes were spitting fire. She was extremely angry. This was the first time in her life that someone spoke to her like this. Her smile immediately froze. As soon as these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. The scene was silent. They looked at Xia Ping with a strange expression. They had to admit that this guy was really asking for a beating. Who didn't know that Yi Mengyao was a peerless saintess of a generation? She was dressed in white and exuded an extraordinary temperament. She was like a fairy that descended from the Jade Lake. Her beauty was unparalleled. Anyone would be moved by such beauty. But this guy said that she was an auntie. What kind of eyes did he have? What kind of aesthetic standards did he have? Xia Ping, what are you talking about? Who are you calling an auntie? You can't win, so you started to attack me. Shameless. Senior sister Yi is only 300 years old now. Moreover, she is from the fairy clan. Her lifespan is extremely long. If we were to really compare, she would only be 17 or 18 years old. How can she be an auntie? What kind of eyes do you have? Apologize. Apologize to me immediately. Do you know how to speak? Have you seen what a real auntie looks like? Oh my God, you actually said that senior sister Yi is an auntie. Your whole family is an auntie. A group of female disciples of the Lingyun sect was furious. Their beautiful eyes glared at Xia Ping, almost spewing fire. Yi Mengyao was their senior sister that they greatly admired. How could they stand a hooligan slandering Yi Mengyao? They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They wanted nothing more than to go up and beat this madman up. As a woman, regardless of whether she was beautiful or not, it was taboo to be called old. Moreover, she was an 18-year-old girl. Being called an auntie, even a clay figurine would be angry. Alright, when you come out, you have to admit that you are old. Why are you still pretending to be young? Why don't you say that you are 18 years old every year? You are already more than 300 years old. You are old enough to be someone's ancestor. Xia Ping said disdainfully. This is the matter of us young people. Is it something that you older generation can meddle in? Hee. Yi Mengyao chuckled. Even though she had an indifferent state of mind and had cultivated to the realm of calmness, Xia Ping's words were enough to make her choke. She felt that she rarely got angry in her life. Yet, this fellow was able to provoke her anger. He was about the same as that big liar Wu Wudi. No, he was much more despicable than Wu Wudi. At least that Wu Wudi didn't appear in front of her, alive and kicking. Yet, this bastard did. Junior brother Xia, I feel that we should still spar. This isn't a competition between people of the same generation. As a senior, I might need to give you some necessary guidance and care. Yi Mengyao smiled faintly. She wanted this fellow to know the consequences of offending a woman, especially a petty one. If she didn't beat this fellow up until his head was full of bumps, she wouldn't let this matter rest. Bian Haifan and the others were rejoicing in Xia Ping's misfortune. Who asked this bastard to have such a cheap mouth? Now that he had offended their senior sister, Yi Mengyao, he wouldn't have a good ending. He would definitely be taught a harsh lesson. But before Yi Mengyao could act, Xia Ping immediately shouted, Elder, someone is causing trouble in the Qingkuan sect. Some aunties are bullying the young. These days, aunties are all so shameless. Aren't you going to come out and do something about it? His voice was like a megaphone, instantly spreading out for a radius of several thousand miles. The sound waves condensed into a corporeal form, spreading in all directions. Almost everyone within the range of the sound waves could hear it clearly. What? The group of Qingkuan sect disciples were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect this fellow to be so shameless. He couldn't win against his opponent, yet he directly called for help. He even called his parents over. He didn't seem to feel embarrassed at all. Yi Mengyao was also stunned. What's wrong? Chapter 1389. Elder Lu. When they saw this old man appear, all the Heaven and Earth sect disciples bowed respectfully. Clearly, they recognized this person as Heaven and Earth sect's Grand Elder Lu Cheng. His strength was terrifying. Even the arrogant Lingyun sect disciples couldn't help but show respect when they saw this old man. After all, such a powerful person was too terrifying. If they offended him and he slapped them to death, no one would stand up for them. Even Yi Mengyao bowed slightly to show respect to this elder. What happened? Why are there so many people gathered here? Why is there a beast being roasted? Lu Qing heard Xia Ping's call for help and rushed over because something big had happened. He didn't expect to see such a scene. He was a little stunned. Even though he had lived for so many years, this was the first time he saw someone roasting an ancient beast in the public square. However, one had to say that the smell was indeed fragrant. Elder Lu, your sect's disciple is too much. Not only did he injure my Lingyun sect's disciple, he even roasted his mount. Yi Mengyao gritted her teeth and glared at Xia Ping. When Lu Qing heard this, he knew what had happened. He instantly found it both funny and angry. He didn't expect Xia Ping to cause so much trouble, injuring the Lingyun sect's disciple and even roasting his mount. However, he rolled his eyes and said, I know what's going on. But they're still young, and their actions are more or less impulsive. Let's just forget about it. Don't do it again. Don't do it again? What did he mean by don't do it again? Did he mean that they should just forget about this? He was too protective. Bian Haifan and the others' eyes were spewing fire like dragons. They were so angry that they almost died. This was an ancient beast. It was priceless. If it was put up for auction, it would be worth over 100 million universe dollars. Now that it was eaten by this bastard, how could he not do it again? Did he have any face? Why were the people from Heaven and Earth sect so thick-skinned? No, thicker than a city wall. The group of Lingyun sect disciples' faces were as black as charcoal. However, this was Heaven and Earth sect's territory. Even if they wanted to go crazy, they couldn't. Alright, since Elder Lu has said so, we won't do it again. Let's go. Yi Mengyao gritted her teeth, but with the Qingkuan sect elder here, she knew that this matter couldn't continue. It was impossible to teach Xia Ping a lesson. Elder Lu would definitely step forward to stop him. Since that was the case, she might as well go along with this excuse to avoid making a big deal out of this matter and causing an irreconcilable conflict between the Heaven and Earth faction and the Lingyun faction. That would be a serious crime. She glared at Xia Ping and remembered this Heaven and Earth sect disciple. Bian Haifan and the others were very unwilling. This provocation had really caused them to suffer a double loss. However, they had no choice but to swallow this loss in silence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Yi Mengyao's lead, the group of Lingyun sect disciples quickly left. Many of the Qingkuan sect's disciples cheered. They knew that they had obtained a great victory this time around. Not only did they severely damage the Lingyun sect's reputation, but they also ate the Lingyun sect's mount. Elder Lu, thank you for speaking up for justice and upholding justice. Only then did you prevent those rascals from causing trouble everywhere. Xia Ping said casually, there's quite a lot of beast meat here. It's equivalent to a treasure medicine. Do you want to try it? He wanted to bribe Elder Lu. Hearing this, Elder Lu said in a bad mood, you only know how to cause trouble. If I didn't come in time, you would have more or less suffered. The Yi Mengyao isn't simple. There aren't many disciples in the Lingyun sect who can compare to her. He didn't care much about the beast meat. At his level, ordinary beast meat wouldn't bring him any benefits. Plus, after living for so long, he had seen all kinds of treasures. So what if she isn't simple? She still runs away when she sees Elder Lu. Old ginger is spicier. Xia Ping didn't think much of it. Elder Lu felt very comfortable after being flattered. He said proudly, that's true. I was an influential figure back in the day. Ordinary people can't compare to me. Even a peerless prodigy is nothing more than this. You're still young. But this isn't the place to talk. Come with me. He waved his hand and left with Xia Ping and the others. Xia Ping also quickly packed the rest of the beast meat. He didn't want to waste it in the square. He would eat it later. 10 minutes later, Xia Ping, Jiang Yaru, and the others followed Elder Lu to the elders' courtyard. It was the area where the elders lived. They also came to Lu Cheng's courtyard. I didn't expect you to reach the treasure refining realm so quickly. What a fast improvement. Lu Cheng was amazed. He sensed Xia Ping's current cultivation. It had only been a year and a half, and he had reached the middle stage of the treasure refining realm. Such a rate of improvement would be shocking even among the countless races and geniuses in the entire universe. Moreover, Xia Ping's speed of improvement was not the least bit unstable. His martial arts foundation was extremely solid, deeper than the vast majority of martial artists, which was even more terrifying. With such a martial arts foundation, one could imagine what he would achieve in the future. He felt more and more that the world now belonged to the young. It was really like the waves behind push the waves before. It's just luck. Xia Ping said humbly, "This time, I actually have something to ask of you, Elder." This group of people are? Lu Cheng went straight to the point. He stared at Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, Yu Qiqi, Su Ji, and Feng Hatong. He knew that Xia Ping most likely came for these 5 people. They are all from my hometown. The main reason I brought them here is to let them join Heaven and Earth sect. I wonder if you can help me? Xia Ping went straight to the point. Although you are the disciple of a saint and have the power to recommend disciples, Heaven and Earth sect is a saint sect after all. Recruiting disciples requires a certain level of talent. Without talent, one can't become a Heaven and Earth sect disciple. Lu Cheng said, "Naturally, I am only recommending them. If they don't have talent, I won't force them." Xia Ping expressed that he understood. "Okay, then I will test them to see if they have talent." Lu Cheng nodded. After all, this was a request from a saint's disciple. No matter what, he had to give him face. After all, if Xia Ping didn't die, he might even have a chance to become a saint. If he helped Xia Ping now, in the future, it would be Xia Ping who helped him. Jiang Yaru and the others were all very nervous. They knew that whether or not they could join Heaven and Earth sect depended on this elder. Boom! Immediately, a mysterious and powerful energy gushed out from Elder Lu Cheng's body, enveloping the bodies of Jiang Yaru and the others. It was as though he could sense the condition of their bodies. My God, all meridians are opened, blood and chi like dragons, violet palaces like the sea, souls are tough, and their foundations are extremely sturdy. Could it be that they had some sort of fortuitous encounter before? Lu Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. Clearly, he was a little shocked by the aptitude of Jiang Yaru and the others. They could definitely be considered as peerless geniuses. Luckily, they have bathed in dragon blood before, which improved their aptitude. Xia Ping said, No wonder, no wonder. What a good opportunity." Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. His heart was stirred, and he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. I can take all of these disciples who bathed in dragon blood. Why don't you let this old man take a look? Why can't I have a share of such disciples? Before he could finish speaking, a powerful aura drifted over from afar. Another elder had arrived. He impolitely pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked in. Chapter 1390. Fuck, old fart, this has nothing to do with you. Move aside. Lu Cheng's expression was very black. He didn't want these few outstanding disciples to be snatched away. Old Lu, you're treating me like an outsider. Who doesn't know that we're sworn brothers? Your words really hurt my heart. The yellow-clothed old man didn't care about Lu Cheng's attitude at all. He stared at Jiang Yaru and the others and his eyes immediately lit up. Not bad, not bad. As expected, they are good seedlings. They actually have the luck to bathe in dragon blood and increase their aptitude. This is very rare. Seems like the quality of the dragon blood is also very high. One look and I know they are fated with me. His eyes shone brightly. Clearly, he also instantly checked the aptitude of Jiang Yaru and the others. He also cherished talent. Fate my ass. Get out of here for this old man. Lu Qing gritted his teeth. These are the disciples I just accepted. You don't have a share. Don't be a hindrance here. He had the urge to chase this shameless old man out. Wanting to snatch away his genius disciples the moment he entered? Wasn't this just looking for trouble? Old Lu, it's better to have everyone happy than to be happy alone. There's no future if you eat alone. Also, you're just one person. Can you teach so many disciples? The yellow-clothed old man said, Why don't you share some of the pressure with me? Scram, I like to eat alone. Not to mention a few disciples, even teaching a few hundred is easy. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and glared at the yellow-clothed old man. So. Just as he finished speaking, many old men with powerful auras flew in. There were both men and women. They were all at least in the transcendence realm. They were all heaven and earth sex elders. Oh, old Lu, you just said that a few genius disciples suddenly appeared at old Lu's place. Is that true? They indeed have good aptitude and are full of spirituality. They even bathed in dragon blood and have a trace of dragon nature in their bodies. They even have a trace of hope to become a sage. Thank you, old Lu. What a coincidence. I just happen to be lacking a few outstanding female disciples. Truly, it takes no effort to search for them. A group of old men and women barged in, completely treating this courtyard as their own home. Lu Qing was infuriated as he glared at the yellow-clothed old man. Without a doubt, this group of elders was called over by this bastard in order to put pressure on him. The yellow-robed old man, Lu Dong, was immensely proud of himself. If there weren't other elders to share the pressure, he wouldn't be able to stop Lu Qing. Now that the matter had blown up, he would at least be able to get a genius disciple. Jiang Yaru and the rest stood to the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. They could only obediently obey. Xia Ping was very satisfied. It seemed that Jiang Yaru and the others' aptitude was quite good. If so many elders wanted to take them as disciples, they would probably have no worries in the Qingkuan faction in the future. Although Feng Hatong's strength and aptitude were a little lacking, Xia Ping had given him a few bottles of dragon blood on the flying ship, improving his aptitude. Even if he couldn't be considered a peerless genius, he could still enter the ranks of geniuses. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about anything if he joined the Heaven and Earth faction. An hour later, Xia Ping returned to Flame Yellow Peak. Jiang Yaru and the others had already been selected by a few elders to become inner disciples. Even Feng Hatong had caught the eye of an elder. Hence, there was no need for him to stay here. He returned to Flame Yellow Peak. As for the following matters, Jiang Yaru and the others would handle them themselves. There was no need for him to point fingers at them. Another day passed. Xia Ping stayed in Flame Yellow Peak and cultivated in peace. At noon, he ended his cultivation and immediately discovered that there were people looking for him. It wasn't just one person but 3 or 4. They were the number 1 ranked new student, Lu Wenho, number 5 Li Hu, number 10 Ba Tu, and the 18th prince of the Loki kingdom, Ku Er. They came together to discuss some matters with Xia Ping. Xia Ping's brows twitched. He could sense that Lu Wenho and the others' strength had undergone a huge change compared to before. They had actually advanced to the initial phase of the treasure refining realm. Although it hadn't been long since they broke through, they could be considered to have stepped into the treasure refining realm. Clearly, he wasn't the only one working hard during this period of time. After Lu Wenho and the others lost to him, they worked even harder. In addition to the resources of the Heaven and Earth sect and the families behind them, their cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. They quickly broke through to the treasure refining realm. Of course, when they joined the Heaven and Earth sect, they were already at the peak of the fulfillment realm. All of them had astonishing talent. After a year and a half, it wouldn't be difficult for them to advance to the treasure refining realm. Brother Xia, although I've heard that you easily defeated Bien Hai Fan of the Soaring Cloud sect, I didn't expect you to advance to the middle phase of the treasure refining realm. Your progress is really too fast. Ku Er was amazed. He thought that he had cultivated hard enough, and he had the support of the Loki kingdom and countless spiritual medicines. He didn't expect that he still couldn't compare to Xia Ping's cultivation speed. Although he was improving at a godly speed now, the more he cultivated, the slower his cultivation speed would become. Lu Wenho and the others were also very shocked. However, when they thought of the battle with Xia Ping before, they also knew that this kid was simply a monster. The shock in their hearts also decreased a lot. Alright, there's no need to flatter me. Since you all came together, you must have something important to discuss with me. What exactly is it? Xia Ping went straight to the point, asking directly. Ku Er smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, it is Brother Xia. You are really straightforward. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. I wonder if Brother Xia has heard of the Fiendish Demon Battlefield?" Fiendish Demon Battlefield? Xia Ping blinked, indicating that he did not know much about it. It looks like Brother Xia is not very familiar with it. However, it doesn't matter. I can explain in detail. Ku Er said sullenly, the so-called fiendish demons are the common enemy of all the races in the universe. They are born in the deep abyss of the universe and are formed from dark energy. They are an extremely strong life form. They are naturally ferocious and feed on all the races in the universe. They have long lifespans and practically no bottlenecks in their cultivation. As long as the fiendish demons can consume enough life forms, they can grow infinitely stronger. In the ancient era, these fiendish demons came out of the deep abyss of the universe, causing a boundless massacre. That was the dark epoch of the entire universe. Countless life forms died. Even the sages fell. Fortunately, our predecessors did not fear death. They defeated the fiendish demons and sealed the deep abyss of the universe, chasing the fiendish demons back to their home. Otherwise, the entire universe would have turned dead. The fiendish demons would have killed all the life forms of all the races in the universe. Xia Ping asked carefully. The so-called deep abyss of the universe was actually called the dark universe. It was another special space in the universe, the reverse side of the current universe. The dark universe gathered boundless demonic qi, resentment, evil qi, ferocious qi, fiendish qi, yin qi, and many other negative energies. These negative energies were boundless, and the fiendish demons were the strong life forms born from these negative energies. Originally, the dark universe and the normal universe had nothing to do with each other, just like parallel planes. However, in the ancient era, the sages fought without any reservations. In the end, spatial tears appeared everywhere in the universe. Some of the tears healed quickly, but some were permanent. In the end, these tears connected to the deep abyss of the universe. Those fiendish demons charged out of the deep abyss and swept through the entire universe, causing a boundless massacre. Even countless sages fell. Chapter 1391. However, even though the sages were courting death, things had already come to this and there was no turning back. There was no point in finding out who was right and who was wrong. The only thing they could do was to eliminate the demons as soon as possible. Furthermore, towards the end of the war, some of the universe rifts were no longer torn open by sages, but by great fiendish demons. They opened a passageway that connected to the universe and poured out in full force. Because of this, there were countless cracks like this in the universe. Of course, most of the cracks had been repaired or sealed by the sages. The demons could not come out at all. But even so, there would occasionally be a crack in the seal, and a large number of demons would take the opportunity to come out and wreak havoc in the world. Although the various races of the universe joined forces to chase those fiendish demons back to the abyss of the universe in ancient times, those cracks in the universe could never be closed. Kor said, "The problem is that if the crack can't be closed, there will still be endless demons coming out from the abyss of the universe. When that time comes, it will definitely lead to a great calamity." Therefore, the sages joined forces and built many great arrays to seal the cracks in the universe. They also sent many experts to suppress them, preventing these demons from returning to the human world for generations. The space where these universe cracks are located is known as the Fiendish Demon Battlefield. He explained the origins of the Fiendish Demon Battlefield. Furthermore, Kerr also indicated that the space of the universe's abyss was very unique. It was formed by abyssal continents, and each abyssal continent was very far apart. Even the demons themselves would find it extremely difficult to travel from their own abyss continent to a nearby abyss continent. Therefore, every crack in the universe represented an abyss continent nearby. Depending on the size of the crack, the strength of the abyss continent would be completely different. Since the ancient era and the myriad races were victorious, why didn't they exterminate all of these demons and cut the weeds at the roots? Xia Ping asked curiously. If they had exterminated all of the demons, there wouldn't have been such a thing today. Kerr shook his head. It's impossible for demons to go extinct. As long as the universe's abyss still exists, those demons will be born endlessly. Killing one batch will quickly produce another batch. Even saints can't do anything about it. Very well. I already know the specifics of the fiendish demon battlefield. However, why did you mention the fiendish demon battlefield? Xia Ping looked at Ku Er and the others. 10 days later, the Universe sect, the Lingyun sect, the Origin Returning sect, the Five Element sect, and the Flying Immortal sect will send their new disciples to the fiendish demon battlefield for experiential training. LV Wonho said, this training is actually a competition between the sections. There will be rankings. Whoever kills the most demons will be rewarded handsomely. This is an opportunity. Xia Ping nodded. The rewards from this fiendish demon battlefield were usually very bountiful. Sometimes, it was a precious medicinal pill, sometimes it was a strong magic treasure, and sometimes it was a spirit herb. In short, the rewards were enough to drive the disciples of the 5 major factions crazy, making them want to do their best. In fact, experiential training like this in the fiendish demon battlefield was held once every 5 years. It had already become a tradition. Although most of the fiendish demons were unable to come out of the abyss after sealing the cracks in the universe, it was better to be safe than sorry. In order to familiarize the disciples with the fiendish demons, the sages ordered the disciples to enter the abyss for training. Otherwise, if the seal broke in the future and the fiendish demons invaded the human world, the cultivators would be caught off guard. Not familiar with the combat prowess of the fiendish demons, they would suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, there were simply too many spatial cracks in the universe. Sometimes, when the sealing formations fell into disrepair, many fiendish demons would escape from them. Every time they escaped, it would result in a boundless massacre. Every living creature on a planet would die. The danger of the fiendish demons was easy to imagine. Hence, every experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield was actually an activity to clear out the fiendish demons. This was to prevent these fiendish demons from multiplying and creating an irreversible crisis. Actually, even without the rewards from the sect, killing fiendish demons will still bring you great benefits, Li Hu said. Every fiendish demon has a demon core. This kind of demon core contains abundant pure yang energy and does not have any demonic nature. If you can obtain a large number of demon cores, you can quickly increase your magic energy, saving decades, even centuries of cultivation. Sometimes, demon cores are hard currency. Countless cultivators desire them. Demon core? Xia Ping rubbed his chin. It looked like this was another kind of cultivation treasure. Speaking of which, I believe you already know that the fiendish demon battlefield is an incredibly dangerous place. Fiendish demons roam the land, and the environment is harsh. Every experiential training, countless sect disciples die there. Ba Tu said, if you want to survive in the fiendish demon battlefield, you cannot fight alone. You have to work together. Only when a group of people are united will there be any hope of survival. Otherwise, you will die for sure. Ba Tu's expression was very grave. Furthermore, the fiendish demon battlefield does not just have monsters like fiendish demons. There is an even more terrifying monster known as the heavenly demon, Lu Wenho said. It is formless and formless. It is a soul of thought. It is ever-changing, ruthless, and crafty. It can invade the soul of a living being and create illusions. If it finds a weakness in one's heart, it will immediately swallow up one's soul and take over one's body. Compared to the many fiendish demons, the heavenly demon is the scariest enemy. Although many experts can kill fiendish demons, they cannot kill the heavenly demon. This is a demon that comes from the heart. Once you meet it, you have to be careful. Otherwise, you will end up getting wiped out. Even though Ba Tu was very arrogant, he still did not dare to be careless when facing the fiendish demon battlefield. Otherwise, if he got careless, he might die in the fiendish demon battlefield. Hence, Ba Tu wanted to seek help to prevent himself from dying in the fiendish demon battlefield. Alright, got it. Xia Ping nodded. He remembered the name of the heavenly demon. If he met it, he had to be more careful. That's right. Furthermore, this is also a competition. The sect disciple that kills the most fiendish demons wins. How can one person compare to teamwork? Ku Er said, hence, we came here this time hoping to seek your cooperation. If we can form an alliance in the fiendish demon battlefield, we can take care of each other. This will greatly increase our chances of survival. Ku Er looked seriously at Xia Ping. Cooperation? Xia Ping thought for a while and said, very well. It is indeed as you said. If the fiendish demon battlefield is that dangerous, cooperation is naturally the best choice. Does that mean that you agree? Ku Er looked at Xia Ping somewhat nervously. Xia Ping nodded. That's great. Ku Er and the others rejoiced. If a super expert like Xia Ping joined them, their experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield would be several times safer than before. Chapter 1392. On the other hand, Bien Haifan and the rest quickly returned to Lingyun's sect through the inter-region teleportation formation. After a few days of rest and consumption of large amounts of healing spiritual medicine, he finally recovered from his injuries and even improved his cultivation. However, the Lingyun sect's disciples were still unconvinced. There was a gloomy feeling in their hearts, and they were extremely sullen. Damn it, Qiankuan sect really suffered a huge loss this time. Right, not only did we not teach the Qiankuan sect disciples a lesson, we were taught a lesson instead. Even Master scolded us, saying that we lost face for Lingyun sect. Even the monthly medicinal pills were reduced by a lot. It's all that bastard Xia Ping's fault. Our original plan was to take advantage of the fact that the Qiankuan sect geniuses weren't around to defeat the new disciples of Qiankuan sect. If not for Xia Ping's appearance, we wouldn't have ended up like this. All the Lingyun sect disciples gritted their teeth in anger. Revenge, we must take revenge this time. Otherwise Bien Haifan, will not be able to take this lying down. Bien Haifan roared. In terms of anger, no one here could compare to him. Not only was he taught a terrible lesson by Xia Ping, he was severely injured on the spot and lost face in front of Saintess Yi Mengyao. Even the mount that he had painstakingly nurtured was eaten. This was a heavy loss. He couldn't even describe the grievance in his heart. Senior brother Bien, how can we take revenge? He is a disciple of a sage and Qiankuan sect at that. We are too far away. A Lingyun sect disciple felt helpless. After all, Xia Ping was the disciple of the Dark North sage. He had a high status. Even though they were the direct descendants of many clans, they were far from the status of a disciple of a sage. They wanted to use their status and power to bully him. That was simply wishful thinking. Moreover, in terms of strength, they were not even worth mentioning. They would be killed with one punch. Be it status or strength, they were far from Xia Ping's. How could they take revenge? That was why these Lingyun sect disciples gritted their teeth and felt extremely sullen. Why can't we take revenge? Bien Haifan gritted his teeth and said, in a few days, the Heaven and Earth sect, Lingyun sect, Origin Returning sect, Five Element sect, and Flying Immortal sect will hold the once every 5 fiendish demon battlefield experiential training. At that time, this Xia Ping will definitely participate. Think about it, the 5 major sects are filled with geniuses, and there are countless disciples participating in the experiential learning. They have countless secret treasures on them. I don't believe that no one can defeat this bastard Xia Ping. He clenched his fists. Senior brother Bien, are you trying to drive a wedge between us? A disciple of the Lingyun sect asked. Bien Haifan said, yes, it is to sow discord. Immediately spread the news that I, Bien Haifan, admit defeat. go around bragging that Xia Ping is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, and that he is the absolute master of this year's trial. That he will definitely win first place, and that he is invincible. The more you boast about him, the better. I believe that the 5 great sects have as many geniuses as the clouds in the sky. There will definitely be people who are dissatisfied with Xia Ping and will challenge him. He revealed a treacherous smile. Kill by flattery. Many disciples of the Lingyun sect immediately understood Bien Haifen's plan. This was undoubtedly killing by flattery. First, he would raise Xia Ping's status to a level that no one could reach, and then he would ruthlessly drop it, killing without leaving a trace. Obviously, he did not have the ability to suppress the universe, but he had the reputation of being the strongest. Who would be convinced? They believed that once this news spread, this brat would definitely become the target of public criticism and be challenged by countless people. Brilliant. This is really brilliant. Senior brother Bien is really smart. This move kills without leaving a trace. Hee, this world still eats brains. So what if he is strong in martial arts? With just a little trick, he can make that brat's head full of bumps and fall into a hopeless situation. The 5 major sects have as many geniuses as the clouds in the sky. I believe that once this news spreads, that brat will definitely be badly battered. In this way, we don't even need to do anything, and that brat will definitely die. As expected of senior brother Bien, he is indeed astute and cunning. Many disciples of the Lingyun sect were full of admiration, and they looked at Bien Haifan with admiration. You are too polite, too polite. Just a little trick, just a little trick. It's not worth mentioning. Bien Haifen's nose curled up. Hearing so many senior and junior brothers flattering him, he felt very good. He even forgot about the matter of his mount being eaten. Soon, under the planning of Bien Haifan and the others, Xia Ping's reputation started to spread among the 5 major sections. Several days later, the experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield finally arrived. After cultivating peacefully for the past few days, Xia Ping had stabilized his martial Dao cultivation. His magic energy had become much stronger, and he had even familiarized himself with his martial Dao magic skills, improving further. At this moment, countless new disciples of the Qiankuan sect were gathered in an inter-region transportation formation. This time, the fiendish demon battlefield they were heading to was not the Qiankuan star but an uninhabited starfield. In the ancient era, there were still people in this uninhabited starfield. However, a universe crack appeared there, and all the fiendish demons came out, turning that place into a battlefield. In the end, there were countless deaths and injuries, and it became a dead zone. Even though countless years had passed, that starfield was still filled with demonic qi, evil qi, and yin qi. Living things could not survive there, and it became a dead zone. Let's go! At this moment, over 100 Qiankuan sect elders also appeared in this place. They led a large number of Qiankuan sect disciples to the uninhabited starfield and immediately activated the inter-region transportation formation. Rumble, the many Qiankuan sect disciples who were standing in the inter-region transportation formation felt the space around them change. In the next second, they appeared on a continent. This continent was the center of the uninhabited starfield, and it was called the Fiendish Continent. It was the previous station of the Fiendish Demon War, and it was also the place where the universe crack was sealed. This is the Fiendish Demon Continent? How terrifying! I can sense the terrifying demonic qi in the air. It seems to be able to corrode one's soul. If ordinary people stayed here for a long time, they would go crazy and turn into a demon. Some disciples immediately cried out in surprise. They sensed the abnormality of this continent, and it was simply a demonic zone. Xia Ping also looked at the surroundings. This continent was in a state of desolation. There were yellow sand and rocks everywhere, and not even a single plant could be found. It was completely a forbidden land for life. Quickly look, the demonic qi here is seeping out from that universe crack. Someone raised his head and looked at the sky. Many people immediately looked over, and all of them were shocked. There was a crack that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, or even millions of miles. It was as if the sky was split into two. This dark crack emitted terrifying demonic chi. The aura of darkness contained the taste of the abyss, and it was so dark that it seemed like there was no daylight, and it exuded an extremely oppressive aura. And in the depths of the crack, it seemed to be connected to another world of the abyss, causing one's heart to palpitate. Many terrifying demons were roaring in the abyss, letting out sounds that could cause people to go crazy. Luckily it's sealed. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen. Many Qiankuan sect disciples felt their hearts palpitating. They saw many complicated and profound formations appearing near the universe crack. Chains of order appeared one after another, tightly sealing this spatial crack. Chapter 1393. Xia Ping did not feel the fear of the people around him. He only felt the golden crow of hell's bloodline in his body throb. There was a trace of joy and desire. Every cell in his body was trembling and boiling. It was like devouring the demonic aura was very beneficial to it. It felt like it could not wait to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. He also recalled that the golden crow of hell was a divine beast born from hell. It was born with the aura of hell and devoured boundless darkness energy. It was the son of hell, the ruler of hell. It could be said that the abyss aura was extremely poisonous to ordinary people. However, to the golden crow of hell, it was nourishment, the energy to activate its bloodline. Looks like I was right to come to the fiendish demon battlefield. There are great fortuitous encounters inside. Xia Ping clenched his fist. He felt that if he devoured enough demonic aura, the golden crow of hell's bloodline in his body would awaken even more. Perhaps this was a treasure land for him to rise up. Quick look, the people from the other sects are here. Someone called out. Rumble. At this moment, on a vast piece of land not far from the Qiankuan sect, many interregion teleportation formations appeared. They connected to the depths of the void and emitted a strong spatial aura. Immediately, there was a flash of light, and many figures appeared from the teleportation formations. There were many people, and each teleportation formation could hold at least 40 to 50,000 people. The people from the Lingyun sect, Guiyuan sect, Five Elements sect, and Flying Immortal sect are here. Many Qiankuan sect disciples stood where they were quietly, watching the people from the other sects appear. They knew that these disciples were their competitors in the fiendish demon battlefield. Very soon, the disciples from the other four sects gathered together. Their gazes quickly landed on the Qiankuan sect disciples, and their gazes became very strange. The Qiankuan sect disciples are actually the first batch to arrive. Looks like we are lagging behind a little. What's so great about being the first batch? This is the trial of the fiendish demon battlefield, not a competition of speed. Where is Xia Ping? Where is the so-called new disciple of the five great sects? It's that fellow. He has an arrogant expression and is standing at the very front. I can recognize him even if I turn into ashes. I heard that a disciple of the Lingyun sect challenged him in the Heaven and Earth sect, but he beat him up badly. I've heard about this before. That disciple from Lingyun sect is called Bian Haifan or something. Although Bian Haifan is quite strong, claiming to be the strongest after defeating him is still a little arrogant. That's right. So what if he's a disciple of a saint? It's not like we don't have one in our sect. What right does he have to be so arrogant? Does he want to suppress our four sects? The title of the strongest isn't just for show. It's earned through fighting. Looks like I need to weigh this kid's strength. He's not someone who thinks he's invincible just because he said a few words. The disciples of the four great sects discussed among themselves. They seemed to be in a bad mood when they looked at Xia Ping. Their expressions were hostile. In particular, some of the genius disciples were very unconvinced by Xia Ping. They were all peerless geniuses and geniuses of various races. It wasn't like they didn't have disciples of sages. How could they be willing to submit to someone else? What's wrong? Why do I feel that many people are hostile to me and don't like me? Xia Ping touched his chin. He felt very puzzled. Could it be that his identity as Wu Wudi had been exposed? However, if it was exposed, it wouldn't be this kind of expression. The problem was that if it wasn't exposed, he hadn't done anything major recently and had been cultivating in Yanhuang Peak. Why were the disciples of the other four great sects so hostile to him? Brother Xia, haven't you seen the recent martial arts forum? Seemingly seeing Xia Ping's confusion, Kerr spoke up. The so-called martial arts forum was an exchange forum created by the disciples of the five great sects, Lingyun sect, Guiyuan sect, Five Elements sect, Flying Immortal sect, and Qinkuan sect. Everyone often exchanged martial arts knowledge or exchanged resources that they didn't need. Sometimes, there was also a section for emotional issues. It was very lively. Anything that happened to the five great sects would be discussed on this martial arts forum. It was a gathering place for the disciples of the five great sections. Many people paid attention to it. After all, there were many useful things on the forum. Xia Ping blinked his eyes, looked at Kerr and asked, I haven't seen it. I've been cultivating in seclusion recently and didn't pay attention to other things. What happened? Kerr said, someone posted on the forum against you and caused a huge commotion. It's very troublesome to explain this matter. Why don't you go and take a look? The post is still there. The others nodded. They also knew about this matter and that it had caused a huge commotion. Oh, there's such a thing. Hearing this, Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He immediately logged into the virtual network and found the martial arts forum. He immediately discovered that there were many posts about him. A netizen named I Eat Pork Ribs and Rice posted, in this Demon Battlefield freshman experiential training, Xia Ping of the Qinkuan sect is fully deserving of being number one. No one can defeat him. If you're not convinced, come and argue. This post listed a lot of Xia Ping's advantages. Be it strength, speed, martial arts mystical abilities, or speed of improvement, he was number one among the freshmen of the five great sections. This post declared, even if the genius disciples of the other sects gathered together, they would not be a match for one of Xia Ping's hands. He has an invincible attitude. The others are like clay chickens and pottery dogs that can only bow down to him. The future will be Xia Ping's era, and the others are only fit to carry his shoes. This netizen also advised the disciples of the various sects to quickly go forward and curry favor with him. In the future, they might have a chance to be promoted by Xia Ping. Otherwise, their future prospects would be worrying. It could be said that the words of praise in this post were extremely rich. It was as if they were loyal fans. The praises made even a thick-skinned person like Xia Ping a little embarrassed. However, such a post immediately caused the disciples of the other four great sects to be dissatisfied. They were all geniuses with exceptional talent to be able to join a saint-level sect. How could they stand someone claiming to be invincible? This was simply a provocation. Nonsense. This Xia Ping dares to claim to be number one? Isn't he afraid that others will laugh their heads off? That's right. Is advancing to the treasure refining realm that amazing? Who knows how many geniuses of our Five Elements sect have advanced to the treasure refining realm? A little freshman dares to boast shamelessly and claim to be invincible in this era. Does he still have any shame? Where did this brainless fan come from? He dares to clamor on the martial arts forum. Tell your master Xia Ping that no matter if it is Hua Yang of the Five Elements sect, Shi Anchang of the Guiyuan sect, or Li Po Wang of the Flying Immortal sect, they are all geniuses of this generation. They can suppress this arrogant disciple with just one hand. That's right. The disciples of saints are indeed powerful. However, there are also a lot of good-for-nothings. As the saying goes, the master introduces the disciple, and the cultivation depends on the disciple. If the disciple is useless, then no matter how powerful the master is, it will be useless. You're bragging like that brat is already a saint. You even said that all of us are no match for him. If you have the guts, come to my Five Elements sect. I can kill him in 3 moves. 3 moves? That's too kind of him. I only need 1 move. Come to my Flying Immortal sect and I will teach him a lesson. Chapter 1394. Seeing these replies, the netizen I Eat Pork Ribs and Rice was not convinced and immediately retorted, Hua Yang from the Five Elements sect, Shi Anchang from the Guiyuan sect, and Li Powang from the Flying Immortal sect are indeed quite capable and famous recently, but that's all there is to it. Have you heard of Bian Hai Fan from the Lingyun sect? He's a heaven's chosen like Li Po, an expert at the peak of artifact refining. This guy thinks he's invincible, so he went to the Lingyun sect to cause trouble. In the end, he was beaten by Xia Ping and came back with his face covered in dirt. Even his mount of many years was roasted, and he didn't even dare to fart. Hua Yang, Shi Anchang, and Li Paoang are powerful, but are they 100 times more powerful than Bian Haifan? If you don't have any experience, then don't come out and embarrass yourself. Otherwise, people will think that we disciples of Saint-class sects are inexperienced. His words were reasonable, and he refuted the disciples of the other 4 sects one by one. In fact, this netizen, "I eat pork ribs with rice," was Bian Haifan himself. In order to make Xia Ping famous, he would rather ruin his reputation, even if he used himself as a stepping stone. That's right. Guiyuan sect, Flying Celestial sect, 5 Elements sect, Lingyun sect, and so on are all outdated. Just you wait. In this fiendish demon battlefield, just Senior Brother Xia alone can defeat your 4 major sections. He will make you eat his dust, feeling envy, jealousy, and hatred. Senior Brother Xia is a genius that only appears once in a million years. The other sects' saints and saintesses are not even worth mentioning. In the future, they can only follow Senior Brother Xia around. You still dare to say that you can suppress Senior Brother Xia with one hand? Aren't you afraid of making others laugh their heads off? If you really come in front of Senior Brother Xia, I'm afraid you keyboard warriors won't even be able to stand properly. If you have the guts, come to the Heaven and Earth sect. If Senior Brother Xia can't kill you with a single punch, I'll change my surname to yours. These replies were all sock puppets of Bian Haifan's underlings. In order to boost the prestige of Bian Haifan's post, they waved flags and shouted war cries below, pretending to be Xia Ping's loyal underlings. Bragging, Heaven and Earth factions dogs continue to brag. Genius that only appears once in a million years? Why don't you ascend to the heavens? If you have the guts, ask Xia Ping to come out. Watch me smash his head. It's not like I haven't seen the disciples of the Qiankuan sect before. They are only SOs. They are still far from being able to rule the world. It's not like I haven't seen the so-called Qiankuan sect's martial arts. In essence, it's the theory of yin and yang. But how can it be so easy to fuse yin and yang and unite Qiankuan? Most of the Qiankuan sect's disciples are inexperienced. They've only learned a bit of superficial knowledge from their ancestors and became eunuchs that are neither yin nor yang. They're not worth mentioning at all. How can they compare to the profoundness of our 5 Elements sect's martial arts? The disciples from the other 4 great system-allocated sects were furious, and they started scolding each other. In just 3 hours, more than 100,000 posts had been posted on the martial arts forum, and they looked as if they wanted to beat each other's brains out. Bian Haifan's underlings naturally did not want to be outdone. They were full of firepower and completely replaced the identity of Xia Ping's fans. Their acting skills were natural. After all, they had been paid. Even the disciples of the Qiankuan sect were alarmed. It was because the disciples from the other 4 great system-allocated sects were not only attacking Xia Ping, but they were also attacking the Qiankuan sect. They were scolding the Qiankuan sect for being a trashy sect that wasn't worth mentioning. They said that all disciples from the Qiankuan sect were scum. They were so weak that they could only be killed by the interstellar pirates. So, how could the disciples of the Qiankuan sect endure such humiliation? All of them scolded back. 5 Elements sect, what are you guys acting cool for? You put it nicely, saying that your 5 Elements sect's martial arts are all-encompassing, encompassing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But in reality, you're all knowledgeable but not proficient, mixed but not pure. You know a bit of everything, but most of you are inexperienced. I can fight against 10 inexperienced people like you from the 5 Elements sect. The Origin returning sect is also trash. You claim to have 3 parts returning to the origin, all things returning to the origin, all rivers flowing into the sea. You have a great vision. Emichim, your tone is also quite big, but your strength isn't much. Moreover, you are narrow-minded and will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. How can you have the bearing of a grandmaster? That's exactly what I'm talking about. The most trashy sect is the Flying Immortal sect. Each of their martial arts is imbued with the aura of immortality and is very pleasing to the eye. But in reality, they are all flashy but impractical. If they really fought, they would be defeated with a single punch. They have no prowess at all. Let's not talk about the Lingyun sect's martial arts. I can't be bothered to talk about them. They aren't on the same level. What is Sissy's martial arts? The disciples of the Qiankuan sect weren't willing to show weakness. They directly attacked. The disciples of the 5 great sects were in a chaotic battle. The scene was rather chaotic. And at this moment, Bien Haifan himself appeared. He exposed his identity and posted a thread with a dispirited look on his face. Sigh. I was originally cultivating and recuperating from my injuries. I didn't really want to care about the matters of the outside world, but who would have thought that I would still be called over by so many senior and junior brothers? After all, this matter is indeed a little too big. It wouldn't be good if I didn't come out and give a response. How about this? I won't hide it from everyone and won't be afraid of being laughed at by everyone. This time, I went to the Qiankuan sect to challenge many Qiankuan sect disciples. At the start, I was like a hot knife cutting through butter. I was very complacent and thought that I was invincible in the world. But when I encountered Xia Ping, I fell miserably. Even my mount, the single-horned lava leopard, was eaten by this fellow. He even ate it on the spot and added some cumin on it. However, I'm not angry. Who asked me to be inferior? A loser has no right to criticize the winner. Even if the winner is arrogant and despotic, with his nose in the sky, and looks down on me, I can only endure it. Of course, although this Xia Ping's personality is a little vile, I have to say that he is very strong, so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. Bien Haifan, can also be considered a pretty good expert, but I was still beaten down by him in a few punches, unable to retaliate at all. Sigh. Even if I'm not convinced, I can only say that the future belongs to Xia Ping. Nothing can stop him. I advise everyone not to provoke Xia Ping in case you bring about a great disaster in the future. He had a dispirited look on his face, as though he had no confidence after being defeated by Xia Ping. The disciples from the other sects were all in an uproar. They had heard of Bien Haifan's reputation before because this fellow was very arrogant and liked to go around to challenge other sects, smacking their faces. One couldn't help but say that Bien Haifan was still very strong. Standing at the peak, although he wasn't invincible, there weren't many new disciples who could defeat him. But such an expert actually admitted defeat and was beaten to the point that he was convinced. His mount was eaten, but he didn't even dare to make a sound. From this, one could imagine how tyrannical and brutal Xia Ping was. I don't believe it. Are you trying to scare me? Could it be that even geniuses like Hua Yang and Shi Anshang aren't Xia Ping's opponents? Is he really that strong? Some people didn't believe it. Sigh. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. That brat is just that strong and invincible. I'm afraid that the future will be the era of invincible Xia. Bien Haifan was very sinister. He was also given the nickname Invincible Xia by Xia Ping. This was a nickname that could kill one's heart. It could be imagined that when these words came out, the dissatisfaction of the disciples from the other 4 sects reached its peak. After all, they hadn't seen Xia Ping's strength, so how could they be convinced? Chapter 1395. After reading these posts, Xia Ping understood what had happened. It was definitely Haifan's doing. He wanted to ruin his reputation by flattering Xia Ping. As the saying went, the higher you are, the harder you fall. When Xiao Chen's reputation reached its peak, if he failed even once, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. He would be mocked by everyone, dealing a blow to his martial heart. If his martial heart was weak, he would not be able to recover from this setback. Haifan's intentions were sinister. I see. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. With so many things happening, it was no wonder the disciples of the other 4 great sects were staring at him like wolves and tigers. If not for the elders around, they would have come forward to fight him. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. He still lacked hatred, and this was a good opportunity. Brat, This is the result of offending me, Bien Hai Fan. You will suffer later. In the distance, Bien Hai Fan was extremely pleased with himself. His plan had succeeded, and Xia Ping had become the target of everyone. He believed that there was no need for him to sow dissension. Xia Ping would be in big trouble and be targeted by countless people. However, he still kept a low profile, pretending that he did not know anything. After all, if he was targeted by the ferocious Xia Ping, he would be the one in big trouble. Everyone. Just at this moment, Xia Ping stepped forward and swept his gaze across the crowd. He actually dares to jump out? Bien Hai Fan was a little surprised. He did not expect Xia Ping to jump out so stupidly. Does he not know that he has become the target of public criticism? Instead of being obedient, he dares to come out and be arrogant. Is he seeking his own death? Hearing this, the disciples of the 5 great sects all looked at Xia Ping, wanting to know what he was trying to say. As the saying goes, a snake cannot move without a head, a bird cannot fly without wings. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. This experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield is very dangerous. Fiendish demons are everywhere. If we are not careful, we will be surrounded by fiendish demons and die. Hence, this experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield requires a leader to lead everyone. Only by combining all our strength will we have hope of survival in the fiendish demon battlefield. He spoke his mind. What do you mean? This is an experiential training, and it is a joint experiential training of the 5 great sections. You want to choose a leader? Don't tell me you want to be the leader? Many people looked at Xia Ping with unfriendly expressions. If I don't go to hell, who will? Xia Ping looked up to the sky and sighed. Although I don't really want to be the leader, among all the new disciples, there is no one more suitable than me to be the leader. If not me, then who else? Of course, he wouldn't give up the position of leader. He wanted to show his ambition. Fuck, this bastard really dared to say that. His guts were too big. Bien Hai Fan and the others were dumbfounded. They had seen ambitious people before, but they had never seen someone who didn't hide his ambition at all. He was extremely domineering, directly saying that he wanted to be their leader in front of so many heaven's favorites. In fact, since the appearance of the fiendish demon battlefield, they had experienced experiential training countless times. However, no one had ever dared to say that they wanted to be the leader of the 5 great sects, leading the crowd. After all, which one of the disciples of the 5 great sects was not a genius? Which one of them was not arrogant and unruly? How could they be willing to submit to others? The mouths of Ku Er and the other Qingkuan sect disciples twitched. They had not expected Xia Ping to say such words. As for the elders of the 5 great sects, they stood at the side and did not say anything. They watched with interest. It was not suitable for them to participate in a fight between the new disciples. They could only watch from the side. As long as there were no major problems, they would not interfere. Nonsense. You want to be the leader of the new disciples of the 5 great sects? Why don't you go and eat sex? You want to be the leader of the new disciples in front of everyone? What a joke. Could it be that your Qingkuan sect wants to suppress us 4 great sects? You want to be the leader of the 5 great sects. Stop dreaming. Even if we really have to choose a leader, it will be a disciple of my Lingyun sect. Nonsense. My Flying Immortal sect is the most suitable candidate to be the leader. All of you scram. Where do you think you are treating my Gui Yuan sect? The 5-element sect is the strongest sect. You just have to listen to us obediently. The disciples of the 4 great sects laughed coldly. None of them were willing to submit to the other. Even if they really had to choose the leader of the new disciples of the 5 great sects, they felt that only their own sect was suitable. Even if you really become the leader of the new disciples of the 5 great sects, this is a training exercise. There is a ranking. How will the contribution be calculated? Someone asked. Xia Ping said matter-of-factly, I am the first. This is predetermined and inevitable. As for the other rankings, you can choose yourselves. There is no difference anyway. Scram. Someone immediately scolded, Who do you think you are? The competition hasn't even started and you want to predetermine the first place. Do you think that there is no one in our 4 great sects? We have plenty of people here who can deal with you. Don't be too arrogant. He glared at Xia Ping angrily. Clearly, he was infuriated by Xia Ping's arrogant words. The competition hadn't even started and Xia Ping actually said that he would predetermine the first place. The rest of the rankings could be chosen by them. What did this mean? He was looking down on them too much. Did he think that he was already invincible? There were so many disciples present, but none of them were his match. What's wrong? You're not convinced? Xia Ping glanced sideways. People like you, I can fight 20 with one hand. No 10. 20 is a bit arrogant. What? The new disciples present were furious. This Xia Ping was simply arrogant to the extreme. He even said that it was a bit arrogant to fight 20 with one hand. Could it be that fighting 10 was not arrogant? How much did this bastard want to look down on them before he would let it go? This. Bien Haifan bared his teeth and the corner of his mouth twitched. He felt that what he had done before was useless. There was no need for him to sow discord. This brat had taken the initiative to court death and even provoked him in front of so many people. Even if this guy was a disciple of a saint, he could not withstand the anger of the crowd. Xia Ping, our 5 Elements sect has good intentions. We will teach you and see if you can be the leader of the 5 great sections. If you want to be the leader, then scram if you don't have the strength. That person could not take it anymore. His lungs were about to explode from anger. He leaped out and soared into the air, his killing intent bursting forth. In an instant, a formless sword chi slashed out from his hand. This sword chi was several kilometers long. As it swept out, it seemed as though it was going to split the sky into 2 as it cleaved down at Xia Ping's head. Everyone was shocked. This new disciple of the 5 Elements sect was not simple. His strength had reached the early stage of the treasure refining realm. His sword technique was divine. One slash from his sword had the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Xia Ping did not even look at it. He took a step forward and grabbed with his hand. The sword chi was instantly crushed. Then, he slapped down from the sky like an ancient giant's palm. Ah! Chapter 1396. Senior Brother Ju. Seeing this, the people from 5 Elements sect were shocked. They immediately went up to help Ju Xinliang up from the deep hole. They fed him a few healing medicinal pellets and stabilized his condition. The hearts of the disciples from the other sects skipped a beat when they saw this palm strike. What a terrifying martial art divine ability. I reckon this is the famous Great Yin-Yang Tablet smashing palm of the Qianquan sect. Rumor has it that Xia Ping comprehended the Yin-Yang Tablet smashing palm that countless heaven and earth sects geniuses couldn't. That was why Dark North Saint took a liking to him and took him in as his last disciple. As expected of the supreme technique of heaven and earth sect. That Ju Xinliang can be considered a genius of the sword path and his sword technique has reached the acme of perfection. His sword chi soared into the clouds but he still couldn't block this palm. His sword chi was instantly shattered and he couldn't resist at all. What can we do? This palm is far too terrifying. The power of yin and yang merged together like a millstone. When it smashed down, it had the power to destroy all techniques. Normal sword energy would be destroyed instantly. This guy isn't undeserving of his reputation. He does have some ability. The disciples from the 4 great sects had a solemn expression on their faces. Even Ju Xinliang, who was at the beginning stage of treasure crafting, was smashed into the ground without any ability to resist. It was estimated that among the disciples of the various sects, there were very few who could defeat Xia Ping. It was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, it was impossible for them to accept Xia Ping as the leader of the new disciples of the 5 great sections. Damn it! Ju Xinliang circulated the qi in his body and barely healed a portion of his injuries. He was unwilling to accept this, but when he thought back to what happened just now, he still felt fear and his body trembled. At that moment, he felt like he saw his ancestor beside the river. That palm covered the sky and locked onto his qi. It seemed like no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape the power of this palm. He was like a mosquito that was grabbed by the huge hand and smashed into the ground like a ball. If Xia Ping didn't show mercy, he would have been smashed into dust. Who else doesn't want to accept this? Come up. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back like an invincible master who looked down on the world. Brother Xia, I, Meng Yunxiao, am the first to be unconvinced. I would like to seek guidance from you. Immediately, a young man in white flew out. Riding on the clouds, he arrived in front of Xia Ping in an instant. Lingyun Sect's Meng Yunxiao. Everyone immediately recognized the true identity of this white-robed young man. Impressively, he was the strongest new disciple of the Lingyun sect of this generation, a powerhouse at the peak of artifact forging. As expected, the other party couldn't hold back and jumped out. However, this was to be expected. If no one dared to stand up against Xia Ping, wouldn't it mean that this generation of disciples was suppressed by Xia Ping? If that was the case, the Lingyun sect would not have any face left. Moreover, many people knew that Meng Yunxiao was extremely frightening. He had cultivated the misty cloud body, and his strength was tyrannical. If it's a battle, I, Shiran Chang, will not lose to anyone. A burly man jumped out from the crowd and landed on the ground like a meteor. With a thud, he created a huge crater. Standing on the ground, he looked like a giant. He was 3.5 meters tall and his entire body was covered with rock-like muscles. He emitted the pressure of a towering mountain and was unfathomable. Gui Yuan Sect's disciple, Shiran Chang. Many people were shocked. Shiran Chang's cultivation had also reached the peak of artifact forging. He was the strongest new disciple of the Gui Yuan sect. He had formed a rock body and was able to control the power of the earth element. He had reached the acme of perfection. It was said that he had the power of the earth element. Like a rock giant, he had the strength to carry mountains. In order to cultivate and understand the power of the earth, he formed a rock body. He had moved 108,000 mountains with his bare hands and forcibly changed the mountain range of a planet. If you want to be the leader of the new disciples of the 5 sects, have you asked me, Huaiyang? Who can block my attack? Just then, a man wearing a singlet walked out barefoot. He carried a black broadsword on his back and emitted a domineering aura. Standing on the ground, he was like a broadsword that pierced through the clouds. He contained the golden qi and was incomparably sharp. It seemed that if one looked at him for a long time, even the soul would be pierced. Even the stones, dust, and rocks on the ground seemed to be corroded by the golden qi he emitted and turned into pieces of metal. This was the power that could change the world. Huaiyang of the 5-element school. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Even the strongest new disciple of the 5-element school, Huaiyang, came out. This guy was also at the peak of artifact forging. It was said that he had the strongest metal element body and had formed a diamond body. It could be said that his body was like a piece of metal that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. He had extraordinary control over the power of the metal element. Plus, he was a swordsman and had mastered the techniques of the sword. The power of his sword technique was like a god. In the 5-element school, he could beat everyone in the 5-element school with just one broadsword. I didn't think that Brother Hua, Brother Shi, and Brother Meng would all come out. How could I, Li Paong, miss a banquet like this? Immediately, a young man in cyan flew out from the crowd. Like a giant bird, he flew out lightly and landed on the ground. His body emitted an indescribable aura. It was as if he could communicate with the world and step into the realm of being one with the world. They didn't see him do anything. He just stood where he was and emitted an unshakable aura. It was as if he could communicate with the energy of countless wormholes and see through the world's illusions. Li Paong of the Flying Celestial School. Many people were shocked. Even the strongest new disciple of the Flying Celestial School, Li Paong, came out. His cultivation had also reached the peak of artifact forging. More importantly, Li Paong's strength was unfathomable. He had formed a spiritual body. It was said that this kind of body was extremely special. It could communicate with the spirit and communicate with the power of the world. It could see through all illusions and make rapid progress in cultivation. It was also as if he had a heart of 7 delicacies. Li Paoang was also the last disciple of a sage of the Flying Celestial School. At this moment, the new disciples of the 5 great sects felt suffocated. Hua Yang of the 5 Element School, Shi Anshang of the Gui Yuan School, Li Paoang of the Flying Celestial School, Meng Yunxiao of the Ling Yun School, and Xia Ping of the Heaven and Earth School. Basically, the new disciples of the 5 great sects were gathered together. Moreover, it was the disciples of the 4 great sects fighting against Xia Ping of the Heaven and Earth School. Such a scene was really rare. Just the few of you? Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and shook his head. None of you can break through to the true fire realm. You are only at the peak of the artifact forging realm. Even if the 4 of you work together, what can you do? However, since you dare to jump out and challenge me, you have some courage. You are different from those trash. Chapter 1397. Chicken or Dog? Hearing this, the expressions of Hua Yang, Shi Anshang, Meng Yunxiao and Li Paoang changed. They didn't expect that even the 4 of them couldn't scare him. How dare he be so arrogant and call them chicken or dog? Wasn't he looking down on them a little too much? Brat, you are too arrogant. Let me see what you are capable of then. In an instant, Shi Anshang attacked. With a punch, it was as though all the earth energy in the world was controlled by him. Mystic art, Mother Earth fist. Everyone in the surroundings instantly felt the world shaking. It was as though the energy in this world was about to explode. A stone giant rose from the depths of the earth. Boundless earth energy surged out, wanting to turn everything in the world into chaos. What a terrifying strength. Everyone was astonished. They could clearly feel the terrifying strength in Shi Anshang's body. He was clearly just a human, but it was as though there was an ancient giant living in his body. That punch had the strength to carry a mountain. It was as though thousands of mountains were crushing down. No matter what it was, it would turn into dust. This was the pure strength of strength. Although it looked simple, it was unparalleled. This was the terrifying strength of the body of stone. Xia Ping looked at this punch calmly. His eyes were calm like an ancient lake, without any ripples. He stretched out his hand and in his palm, yin yang, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, etc. appeared. Between the heaven and earth, boundless yin and yang energy gathered at the center of the formation, forming a gigantic chaos millstone. His entire body was like an ancient god that walked out from the chaos. Just like that, he caught the fist formed from the power of the earth with his bare hands. The power of the hundreds of thousands of mountains instantly turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace, as if it had been obliterated by the chaos millstone. My God! Everyone's scalps turned numb. This is the great yin-yang tablet smashing palm? Defeating Zhu Xinliang earlier was just a small test. This is the true strength of this mystic art. The great yin-yang tablet breaking hand is the ultimate technique of the Heaven and Earth faction. It is the trump card of the Heaven and Earth faction's ancestor. With one palm strike, it has the power to crush stars. Xia Ping really succeeded in cultivating it. How powerful is Shi Anshang? He has condensed a body of rock and is the son of the earth. His martial arts mystic art, the Mother Earth fist, is the condensation of the power of the earth in a radius of 1,000 miles, and then fuse them together to form an ultimate attack. This punch can shatter the earth, and it is equivalent to thousands of mountains crashing down. Ordinary people would be smashed into dust. But now, this kid actually caught it with his bare hands and turned the boundless power of the earth into nothingness. This is too terrifying. Just how powerful is this Xia Ping? Moreover, this is just the beginning. This kid hasn't used his full strength yet. The new disciples of the 5 great sects were all shocked again and again. They felt that the competition had only just begun, but it had already exceeded their imaginations. They were not even in the same dimension as this monster. Not only these new disciples, but many of the elders also had serious expressions on their faces. They could feel endless potential from Xia Ping's body, as if he was an invincible saint walking in the mortal world. In the future, perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to reach their martial arts realm, or even surpass it. Brother Shi, let me help you. At this time, Hua Yang of the Five Elements sect also made his move. He could feel that Shi Anchang alone was not a match for Xia Ping. If they exchanged a few more blows, Shi Anchang might be beaten half to death. Saber Dao Mystic Art, 7 Styles of Sky Opening. He immediately activated the diamond body, and the endless golden heptachi of heaven and earth was absorbed into his body. His entire person seemed to have turned into a glaring diamond body, and the saber chi crisscrossed. He held the black saber in his hand, and with a slash, the void seemed to have been split open. It was as if the sky and earth were being split open. And each of the Saber Dao seemed to have given birth to thousands of Saber Dao masters. Each Saber Dao master held a long saber in their hand and performed countless Saber Dao secret arts, covering everything. These saber chi also contained strong golden heptachi, and together with Hua Yang's diamond body, it was like adding wings to a tiger. The saber chi was so sharp that even the mica steel shell of the battleship would be easily cut into pieces. Infernal golden crow wings. In an instant, Xia Ping immediately exploded the infernal golden crow body, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. One was gold and the other was black. Both wings were densely packed with primordial runes. They were all condensed from the infernal golden crow flames, and the moment they appeared, they immediately exploded tens of feet high. Terrifying flames erupted from his body and swept out for tens of miles. Boom! Just the appearance of the infernal golden crow wings caused a terrifying power. It was as if the sky was being torn apart, and there were rolling torrents of flames in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! In the void, the saber chi that came towards Xia Ping was instantly shaken into powder when they came into contact with the torrents of flames. The endless golden heptachi was also burned into molten iron. With a splash, a large amount of molten metal fell from the sky, dripping onto the ground, and immediately melting the ground, as if it had turned into magma. Retreat, retreat quickly. The faces of the new disciples from the 5 sects changed. They could feel the terror of the flames. If they came into contact with even a little bit of it, their entire bodies would be burned to ashes. They risked their lives and quickly retreated for tens of miles, in case they got caught in the crossfire. Many disciples still had lingering fears, because the moment they quickly retreated, drops of flames fell, dripping onto the ground where they were standing. In just a breath's time, the ground had turned into a sea of fire, burning so hot that even a rock that was half the height of a human was quickly burned into magma, flowing everywhere and steaming hot. This is the power of mystical flames. Many of the elders' eyes shone with a frightening light. They were experienced and knowledgeable, so how could they not know how terrifying these flames were? Only by devouring all kinds of mystical flames in the world could the power of the flames in their bodies be so terrifying. If one did not have a way to fight back, just the mystical flames alone would be enough to burn the enemy into ashes. Take this. Xia Ping straightened his palm, and his palm turned into a saber, slashing towards Shi Anchang and Hua Yang. Under the slash of his hand, a mark of the sky appeared. It was as if the slash could split the space, leaving a mark in the void. Such a mark was shocking, as if it was connected to the depths of the void, resonating with the world. His body also surged with a terrifying power of flames, which turned into a flaming saber. When it was in the air, it suddenly turned into a flaming bird, flying towards the two. Oh no! Chapter 1398. Bang! The power of this slash was too terrifying. Even the space vibrated hundreds of thousands of times. It landed on Shi Anchang and Hua Yang, instantly shattering their defensive god art. Even the terrifying power of fire seeped into their bodies, wanting to burn every single one of their cells. They felt like they were in the middle of a sea of hellfire and were being tortured. It was a fate worse than death. Xia Ping, don't be arrogant. At this moment, Li Paoang finally made his move. Seeing that Shi Anchang and Hua Yang were in danger, he didn't want Xia Ping to continue being arrogant, so he used all of his power. Martial Path Divine Ability, Mixed Elements 8 Dispersing Hands. In an instant, he turned into 8 figures. Some were skilled with blades, some were skilled with swords, Some were skilled with fists, some were skilled with palms, some were skilled with legs, some were skilled with spears, some were skilled with spears, and some were skilled with fingers. Each figure was at the peak of the treasure refinement realm. Then, they gathered together and turned into the power of mixed elements. It was as if all the chaotic energy in the world had gathered together and created a whirlpool. This power immediately landed on the flaming blade energy, and it hit the weak point of the flames. It was as if 4 ounces of weight had been reduced to nothing. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the flaming blade energy in the air was shattered into nothingness and disappeared from the world. Shi Anchang and Hua Yang looked at Li Paowang gratefully. If Li Paowang hadn't made a move, they would have been heavily injured. Not bad. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows and just stared at Li Paowang. Brother Xia, you are indeed very amazing. However, in the face of my psychic eye, all your attacks are useless. I can see through everything you do. Li Paowang was very arrogant. There seemed to be a profound and mysterious formation deep inside his eyes. There was a faint golden light that seemed to connect with the world and pierce through space. He could see the densely packed lines in the air. This was his psychic eye, able to deduce and calculate everything. It was as if he could foresee the future. Any enemy who stood before his eyes would be unable to hide any secrets. Useless? You think a little too highly of your eyes. Xia Ping flapped his wings. In an instant, he seemed to have traveled through space, surpassing the speed of sound. Without a sound, he arrived before Li Paowang and punched. He wanted to kill Li Paowang with a thunderous punch. Too fast. The disciples of the 5 great sects were all shocked. This kind of speed was simply unbelievably fast. Even their divine senses could not capture it. It was soundless and did not leave any traces behind. In the face of such speed, no one could withstand it. Brother Xia, you fell for it. In the face of Xia Ping's speed, Li Paowang not only didn't panic, but was actually quite pleased with himself, as if he had already predicted that Xia Ping would fall for his trick. Seal it for me. At this moment, a voice rang out beside Xia Ping. It was Meng Yunxiao of the Lingyun sect. He had transformed into a cloud and mist body, hiding in the void and waiting beside Li Paowang. He had been waiting to deal a fatal blow to Xia Ping. Martial arts mystical ability, innate cloud mist lock. Xia Ping immediately used one of his most powerful divine powers. His body exuded a majestic mist aura. It was formless and intangible. Wisps of mist turned into order chains and covered Xia Ping's body in an instant. Xia Ping raised an eyebrow. He immediately saw that the endless mist in the sky had gathered around Meng Yunxiao's body and turned into iron chains. In an instant, his 4 limbs were all locked down, as if he had been sealed. Moreover, the chains formed by the mist were extremely sturdy. They were 10 times stronger than mica steel. Even if a divine beast cub was locked down by the mist, it would not be able to move. I see. You have been lying in ambush beside Li Paowang for a long time. Xia Ping nodded. Meng Yunxiao said proudly, that's right. Brother Li and I worked together to set up this trap to lure you into our trap. Once you are hit by my natural mist chains, even if you have the bloodline of the ancient giants, you will not be able to escape. In fact, the more powerful you are, the stronger the binding power. Xia Ping, you have lost this time. Lost? What a joke. Did you think I didn't notice you lying in ambush beside Li Paowang? Xia Ping said calmly. But I fell for it on purpose. I wanted you to feel despair and unparalleled power. Rumble. At this moment, an aura 10 times more terrifying than before erupted from Xia Ping's body. His heart was beating like a war drum. Every beat could shatter steel, causing the blood of the surrounding cultivators to boil and almost vomit blood. This was the heartbeat of the Golden Crow of Hell. The Golden Crow of Hell's bloodline in his body was completely stimulated. 100,000 cells trembled and endless fire energy surged out of his body. With Xia Ping at the center, a terrifying golden flame exploded. In the depths of the void, the image of a Golden Crow of Hell appeared, like a sun rising into the sky. This kind of aura could sweep away all demons and ghosts in the world. Not good. Quick, We can't let him use his full power. Stop him immediately. Otherwise, we will lose for sure. Li Pawang's expression changed drastically. His psychic eye madly calculated, and the numbers on Xia Ping's body increased exponentially. But the numbers reached an extreme. Li Pawang's calculation ability was not enough. It was beyond his imagination. His eyeballs were boiling and almost exploding. If this continued, they would lose for sure. Hearing this, Meng Yunxiao, Shi Rancheng, and Hua Yang immediately made their moves. They were all geniuses, so they didn't need to say anything. They immediately used their full strength to attack Xia Ping. Fools! Xia Ping took a step forward and stomped on the void. With a boom, a terrifying flame energy swept out in all directions, causing the sky to tremble. The cloud chains that were binding him were instantly burned to ashes. How could the power of clouds and mist withstand the power of the infernal Golden Crow's flames? Everything would be reduced to nothingness by these flames. Golden Crow of Hell's Claw. He stood in place and clawed at the four of them. This claw was earth-shattering. It was as if the entire sky was grasped by this claw. In the outer realm, many stars were trembling, as if they were trembling under this claw. The natural energy of heaven and earth formed a vortex, and the power of heaven and earth was grabbed by this claw. Then, it gathered together, condensed into one, and exploded in all directions. It's over! Li Pawang and the others were in despair. They felt the world darken and all light disappear. It was as if the energy of heaven and earth was being destroyed by this claw. Chapter 1399. That's enough. Just at this moment, a voice rang out, permeating the air and sweeping through the world, suppressing the universe. Dong! A huge hand stretched out and smacked the golden hell crow claw. Space immediately froze, and all the energy turned into nothingness, silently dissipating. The person who had made a move was a lightning tribulation elder. He was a flying immortal sect elder. When he saw Li Pawang and the others in danger, he could no longer hold back and immediately made a move to save them. Otherwise, it would be a joke if the sect's geniuses fell before the experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield began. Xia Ping had expected this long ago, so he did not panic. The instant that elder made a move, he retreated several kilometers to avoid getting caught up in the shockwaves. Elder Su. Li Pawang looked gratefully at this flying immortal sect elder. Fortunately, he had made a move in time. Otherwise, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. How would they be able to participate in the experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield? Meng Yunxiao and the others felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Originally, they thought that victory was in their grasp. Who could have expected Xia Ping to be so ferocious? Even in a 1 versus 4 situation, he could still defeat them. Let's end this matter here. If there's anything else, we can talk about it after the fiendish demon battlefield opens. What do you think? The flying immortal sect elder looked at Xia Ping. He looked amiable on the surface, but he was extremely frustrated in his heart. This was because Xia Ping's actions had caused the flying immortal sect to lose face. How could he be in a good mood? If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Ping was the disciple of the Dark North Saint, he would have slapped him to death. Very well. Since the elder has made a move, it would be inexcusable if I did not give him face. However, after this battle, you should know who the boss is. Xia Ping stood upright with his hands behind his back. Among the new disciples of the 5 great sects, I, Xia Ping, am the strongest. Who is not convinced? He swept his gaze over the new disciples of the 4 great sects, looking down on the world. Damn it! When the disciples of the 4 great sects heard this, they felt extremely sullen. However, they had nothing to say. After all, even when Li Pawang and the other geniuses worked together, Xia Ping easily defeated them. No matter how angry they were no match for Xia Ping. Would they really challenge Xia Ping? At that time, they would also be defeated. In that case, it would be even more humiliating. It was better to say nothing. Looks like no one else dares to challenge me. If that's the case, I'll become the leader of the new disciples of the 5 great sects and lead the crowd. I don't think any of you have any objections, right? Xia Ping continued. Hearing this, someone immediately exploded. Xia Ping, stop dreaming. You want to be the #1 disciple of the 5 great sects? You want to be the leader and rule the 5 great sects? You're not qualified yet. They could admit that Xia Ping was the strongest existence among the new disciples, but it was impossible for them to admit that Xia Ping was the leader of the new disciples of the 5 major sections. After all, once something like this became a reality, wouldn't it mean that the Qianquan faction was the leader of the other 4 great sects and would be able to suppress them? This was related to the honor of the sect, so it was impossible for them to agree to such a ridiculous matter. Many sect elders had ugly expressions on their faces when they heard this. This Xia Ping was truly ambitious and did not hide it at all. That's right. I admit that you are very strong. However, you are still far from being the leader. If you want to rule the 5 great sects, it is not just strength. You also need character, influence, and so on. Your actions cannot convince us. That's right, that's right. Furthermore, this is experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield. It is a competition of who can kill the most fiendish demons. Sometimes, the strongest might not be the strongest. It also depends on the right time, the right place, and the right people. The Lingyun sect disciples were all unconvinced, refusing to acknowledge Xia Ping as the leader. Not acknowledging me as the leader? If you run into any danger in the fiendish demon battlefield and ask me for help, I will not save you. You have to consider this carefully. Xia Ping said. Save my ass. This old man is a treasure-refining realm cultivator. I have a medial-grade spirit weapon. Killing fiendish demons is like cutting grass. Why would I need you to save me? Damn your 18 generations of ancestors. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Even if this old man dies, I will not ask you for help. Fucking Qianquan sect, you are looking down on us too much. Our 4 great sects have never lost to anyone. This group of people was infuriated. All of them were geniuses of saint-ranked sects and had absolute confidence in their strength. Otherwise, they would not have dared to participate in this experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield. Even if there was only one of them, they would be able to walk freely in the fiendish demon battlefield. Hence, why would they need Xia Ping's help? This bastard was looking down on them too much. Did he think they were children that needed to be taken care of? At this moment, they felt extremely sullen in their hearts. They wished they could immediately teach Xia Ping a lesson and prove their strength. Xia Ping, come back. The fiendish demon battlefield is about to start. A Qianquan sect elder immediately urged Xia Ping to come back. He saw that the elders of the other 4 great sects' faces were as black as charcoal. It seemed like they were about to flip out. Although he felt inexplicably happy when he saw the Lingyun sect's people so angry yet helpless, it would not be a joke if he incited their anger. It was better to stop before going too far. In the distance, Yi Mengyao was also among the Lingyun sect's disciples. She was already an elder of the Lingyun sect. Her strength was not inferior to the older generation. Hence, she came along as well. She looked at Xia Ping with a strange expression. She felt that Xia Ping was truly a scoundrel, infuriating others to death. However, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward this kind of character. It was like she had seen him somewhere before. But when she thought about it carefully, she felt that she was overthinking. After all, that scoundrel was a super swindler. He was so evil that he would not even let off children. How could he be a disciple of a sage? No matter what, as a disciple of a sage, she still had to have some style and face. Yes, elder. Xia Ping nodded and immediately returned to the Qianquan sect's camp. The people from the other sects also heaved a sigh of relief. This scoundrel finally stopped harming others. Let's open the fiendish demon battlefield. The elders of the 5 great sects exchanged glances and nodded. They immediately took action and executed their arts. Boom! In an instant, a gigantic golden notice appeared in midair. It was as if it was engraved in the air, emitting an indescribable aura that merged with the world. It was as if it had existed since ancient times. Densely packed ancient words immediately appeared on the golden notice. Each word seemed to contain a mysterious power. When many ancient words were combined together, they formed a world. Xia Ping and the others immediately raised their heads and looked over. When they saw this golden notice, they instantly felt indescribably shocked. They could feel a vast and mighty power that seemed to contain the universe. Chapter 1400. This is the holy tool, the heavenly mystery ranking. An elder's voice rang out. It is in charge of monitoring the entire fiendish demon battlefield. It can monitor the situation of the entire battlefield and make predictions. It also contains the power of the world. Immediately send a strand of your spiritual sense into the heavenly mystery ranking. That way, you will be able to leave your information on the heavenly mystery ranking. After you enter the fiendish demon battlefield, the heavenly mystery ranking will sense the number of fiendish demons and heavenly demons you kill and convert them into points. Of course, the stronger the fiendish demons and heavenly demons you kill, the more points you will obtain. The experiential training period is 30 days. Once the 30 days are up, the supreme power of the heavenly mystery ranking will activate automatically and pull you back from the fiendish demon battlefield. Of course, if you feel that you are severely injured and unable to continue with the experiential training, you can summon the heavenly mystery ranking in your heart. That way, the heavenly mystery ranking will send you back. However, this way, you will be giving up on the competition, and your points will return to 0. Do you understand? Xiao Chen's voice spread for hundreds of kilometers, allowing everyone present to hear him clearly. Understood. Everyone roared and immediately took action, sending a strand of their mental energy into the golden heavenly mystery ranking. Xia Ping also made a move. With a thought, a strand of his spiritual sense quickly entered the heavenly mystery ranking. Boom! In the next second, Xiao Chen felt like his spiritual sense seemed to merge into a world, permeating space and being absorbed by the heavenly mystery ranking. He immediately felt a lot of information appear in his mind. The heavenly mystery ranking even gave off a mysterious energy that supported him. It was like it was inseparable from him. With a thought, he could drive the power of the heavenly mystery ranking. It was probably because of the heavenly mystery ranking's power that the 5 major sects were constantly undergoing experiential training in the fiendish demon battlefield. After all, the people participating in the experiential training were the genius disciples of the various sections. If they met with an accident and fell in the fiendish demon battlefield, it would be equivalent to the end of an era. This was a burden that the sects could not bear. Although experiential training was a way for the disciples to strengthen themselves, there was no need to send them to their deaths. The heavenly mystery ranking was a powerful magic treasure that could prevent accidental deaths to the greatest extent. With the heavenly mystery ranking, the disciples would not have to worry. Once any danger occurred, they could immediately summon the heavenly mystery ranking to send them back. Yes, open the passage. Seeing that all the disciples had sent their divine senses into the Tianji ranking, the elders of the 5 sects exchanged glances. They immediately formed hand seals, activating a huge and profound array in the depths of the spatial crack. Rumble, at that moment, huge matrices appeared one after another, and the black chains of order shattered one after another. A mysterious power pierced through the void, blasting into the depths of the sky. The surrounding vital chi of the world exploded and gathered together, rapidly forming a black vortex that was thousands of kilometers wide. The moment this black vortex condensed, countless terrifying demonic chi spewed out from the depths of the vortex. It was as if the sky had been dyed black, and even space itself had been corroded. In the depths of the vortex, one could vaguely hear billions of demons wailing, roaring, and hissing. A terrifying demonic aura pervaded the surroundings, condensing into something solid, as if there were heavenly demons condensed, and countless skeletons were howling ferociously. In the end, this black vortex seemed to stabilize, and a shattering sound came from it. It seemed like it had pierced through the spatial barrier and arrived at another space and time. Immediately, a deep, vast, and ancient passageway appeared before everyone. This passageway seemed to have existed since ancient times. Its depths were dark and serene, like it led to the depths of hell. It made one's scalp go numb. As for the passageway's entrance, it was pitch black with surging demonic chi. There was resentment, evil, demonic chi, and other dark auras in it. They were nearly solid and seeped out. Just a trace of them was enough to drive ordinary living beings crazy, turning them into demons. Is this the passageway to the fiendish demon battlefield? This is really horrifying. The demonic chi is so solid that it is about to turn into demons. I feel that I can't even stand to stay at the side for an hour. However, we actually have to train in there for a month. Furthermore, I heard that there is no food in the fiendish demon battlefield. We need to carry several months' worth of food in our spatial rings. Otherwise, we will starve to death in there. I can sense countless demons roaring in the depths of the passageway. I can't imagine what kind of horrifying things will happen if the demons in there escape. What else can happen? There will definitely be a great calamity. Did our ancestors in the ancient era fight against such monsters? How horrifying. That must have been a rather bitter battle. Many of the new disciples were suppressed by this demonic chi. Although there were endless battles in the universe and many battles were rather bitter, they were not worth mentioning when compared to a battle between demons. This was because demons were the common enemy of all races. They were natural killing machines born to destroy life. Fighting against such monsters was completely different. When they thought about fighting against such monsters, fiendish demons, they trembled in fear. Fiendish demons? Xiaoping narrowed his eyes and looked at the deep, dark passageway. Dense, majestic, and deep demonic chi came from the depths of the passageway, nearly turning the sky dark. There were many demonic figures in the depths of the passageway. It seemed like countless demons were trying to escape from the depths of the passageway. However, they were all suppressed by the power of the various formations, unable to come out. Xiaoping took a deep breath. He had a completely different feeling towards the place that everyone else was afraid of. He felt that there was a mysterious force in the depths of the passageway that was attracting him. This was like a wanderer returning home. Xiaochen could not wait to enter the fiendish demon battlefield and fight. It felt like he wanted to consume every strand of demonic chi in this place, which could greatly improve his golden crow of hell bloodline. To be honest, although the infernal golden crow bloodline in his body had the power of the golden crow, the power of hell was still very scarce. Perhaps it was because he had never been to hell before. Even though this fiendish demon battlefield was not a hellish existence, it still had a power close to that of hell. Go in, don't waste time. An elder instructed the new disciples. Yes. Everyone took a deep breath. At this point, it was no longer possible to retreat. Everyone formed groups and quickly flew into the air, quickly entering the dark passageway. Basically, everyone had their own small team. After all, moving alone in such a dangerous fiendish demon battlefield was simply too dangerous. That would be seeking death. Xiaoping was no exception. He formed a team with LV Wenho and the others. Let's go, Xiaoping said as he flew up. LV Wenho and the others nodded. Without hesitation, they followed Xiaoping into the depths of the passageway. Chapter 1401. Fiendish Demon Battlefield. What an evil demonic aura. Is this the fiendish demon continent of the universe's abyss? Everyone arrived at the fiendish demon battlefield and stood on a scarlet land. They immediately sensed the terrifying demonic aura in the air. It contained massacre, corrosion, madness, and other negative emotions. It was like it was going to infect their souls. This was not a place for living beings. Boom! Subconsciously, all the Qiankuan sect disciples circulated their magic power. A protective barrier appeared around their bodies, isolating them from the demonic aura. Only then did they feel more comfortable. The moment they entered the fiendish demon battlefield, the disciples of the other four sects had already parted ways with the Qiankuan sect. Only the Qiankuan sect disciples remained here. The Lingyun sect disciples and the others had very dark expressions. They did not want to stay with the Qiankuan sect's people. This was because Xiaoping, this jinx, was here. After all, this bastard had slapped them in the face. They were already on good terms with him if they did not do anything to him. It was simply wishful thinking to fight alongside this bastard. Hence, the moment they entered the fiendish demon battlefield, they could not wait to leave this bastard. Of course, the Qingquan sect disciples did not mind. At the start, they did not intend to stay with the disciples of the other sections. Evil? However, this is really dense demonic aura. It is too comfortable. Unlike the others, Xia Ping did not activate the protective barrier. He took a deep breath, and a large amount of demonic aura entered his body through his pores. To other humans, this demonic aura was toxic and should not be touched. However, to him, it was a great supplement. It was even better than the essence energy of the world. Halala, he circulated his magic art, and the vast demonic aura quickly entered his body, permeating his limbs and bones. Every cell in his body merged with his magic power. The dark demonic aura immediately gathered into many mysterious black talismans. The depths of the talismans turned into a whirlpool like the primal chaos. These talismans immediately formed the most primitive cells. The golden crow cells in Xia Ping's body were cheering, happily devouring the demonic aura. The golden crow cells were awakening rapidly. His bloodline was also tainted with a trace of the aura of the abyss. His magic power also continued to rise. It seemed like he was about to advance to the peak of the middle-stage treasure refining realm. He would probably be able to advance to the late-stage treasure refining realm soon. It is indeed a cultivation paradise. Xia Ping rejoiced. To him, this fiendish demon battlefield was like a blessed land for cultivation. The deep abyss demonic chi here was simply too dense. Just absorbing a little of it was like absorbing essence liquid of the world. Moreover, this abyssal devil energy could also help him awaken the power of hell. However, this was not the time to cultivate. After all, this was the fiendish demon battlefield. There were many fiendish demons here, the main camp of the enemy. He needed to understand the situation here first. He observed his surroundings and found that they had appeared in a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the distance, there were abyssal mountains one after another. Each mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall and extremely majestic. There are 3 orange suns in the sky, emitting a faint light, covering every corner of this demon continent, barely allowing people to see some light. I didn't expect the demon continent to have a sun. I thought it was a dark world with no light at all. Someone also found the sun in the sky. Idiot, that's not the sun at all. Someone sneered. In the universe's abyss, there are only demons and heavenly demons. What do you mean? Many people were puzzled. It's literally what it means. There are 3 terrifying great demons in the sky, called bright sun demons. They usually sleep in the sky above the demon continent, emitting a faint light that shines on the earth. But once they wake up, it's time for them to hunt. Wherever their sun shines, it will become their hunting ground. Hundreds of millions of demons will become their food. Fortunately, these bright sun demons are rare, and they often only wake up once in decades or centuries. Otherwise, the demons of the entire demon continent will be extinct and eaten by them. When these bright sun demons appeared in the universe, they were extremely terrifying. They devoured stars one after another, turning the area of hundreds of millions of light years into a land of death. Even the saints were their food. Fortunately, it's their hibernation period and they haven't woken up yet. Otherwise, if we were discovered by these bright sun demons, we wouldn't even need to go through the trial, we would all die. Someone said in a deep voice. Everyone's heart palpitated. This was indeed the demon continent. There was danger everywhere. Even the sun in the sky was a demon. It was an evil existence that hunted and killed living beings. It was really too terrifying. Bright sun demon? Xia Ping's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. In fact, when he looked up at the sky, he immediately sensed the existence of the 3 great demons in the sky, which was a throb from his bloodline. If he could devour the bloodline of these 3 bright sun demons, it would definitely awaken his Hell Golden Crow bloodline to a terrifying level, and it would also allow him to reach an unimaginable martial arts realm. But it was still too early to say this. because the strength of these 3 bright sun demons was extremely terrifying. It was not something he could resist, and the other party lived in the sky, so it was not easy to reach. There are actually plants in the demon continent? Someone looked around and found that in some places, there were patches of gray weeds that turned into grasslands. There were also plants growing on the mountains like a dense forest. Don't act rashly. This is not ordinary grass, it's soul-devouring grass. Ku Air's expression turned grave. Once someone steps into the territory of the soul-devouring grass, it will immediately release a bewitching fragrance, causing people to sink into it. After that, they will unknowingly become their food, leaving not even a corpse behind. Even in the demon continent, this kind of place is a forbidden land. Demons are not willing to enter. Also, those are not ordinary plants either. They are plant-type demons. They usually disguise themselves as trees, but if prey approaches, they will definitely kill and instantly kill the enemy. In short, in this demon continent, aside from rocks and soil, the other living beings are all demons or heavenly demons. They have horrifying destructive power, and you will die if you are not careful. He looked at the many Chenkuan sect disciples with a warning look. Hearing this, the many Chenkuan sect disciples paled. They already knew that the fiendish demon battlefield was a terrifying place, and the slightest mistake could result in death. However, they had not expected this place to be so horrifying. Indeed, they had a trace of the heavenly mystery rankings power on them. If something was wrong, they could immediately use this power to leave the fiendish demon battlefield. The problem was that when they left the fiendish demon battlefield, there would be a pause of 1 second. If they were careless, this 1 second would be enough to claim their lives. Chapter 1402. Rumble. Just as the disciples of Chenkuan sect were carefully inspecting the environment of the demonic continent and familiarizing themselves with this place, there was a violent tremor not far away, as if there was a huge earthquake within 100 miles. Be careful, there are demons coming. LV Wenho's expression was solemn. His divine sense was keen, and he sensed a tyrannical demonic aura spreading over. It was as if a demon was controlling the demonic wind. A dark demonic aura covered the sky, dyeing it the color of ink. The chilly wind blew, and ghosts wailed. Not long after, a group of demons appeared from the black demonic wind. They walked out from the depths of a mountain. They were in groups, and there were more than 10,000 of them. These demons had 2 horns on their heads, for hooves, and a height of 2 to 3 meters like a bull. However, their horns were curved like mysterious abyssal runes. There was a demonic eye between their eyebrows, which was filled with dense demonic aura at all times. It seemed to be devouring the power of this dark abyss, which made people's hearts palpitate. Be careful, it's an abyssal bull demon. It's actually an abyssal bull demon? So unlucky. It is said that they are extremely strong, invulnerable, and control a demonic eye. They can control the power of the abyssal astral wind, and they like to travel in groups. Often, tens of thousands of abyssal bull demons trample over, and they can trample countless creatures into meat paste. Have we broken into the territory of abyssal bull demons? Damn, we must have accidentally broken into the territory of abyssal bull demons. They are extremely territorial, and they won't casually step into the territory of other demons. Moreover, these abyssal bull demons like to patrol their territory. Many disciples of Chenkuan sect had very ugly expressions. They didn't expect to encounter tens of thousands of abyssal bull demons as soon as they arrived at the demonic continent. It was really unlucky. One should know that the strength of these abyssal bull demons was extremely terrifying. Each of them had the cultivation of divine realm. Even the leader of the abyssal bull demons was 8 meters tall, and its strength had reached the peak of treasure refining realm. To be honest, according to their strength, facing the attack of tens of thousands of abyssal bull demons, the odds of winning were not big. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and they would be eliminated on the first day. Humans, I smell the scent of humans. You're here again? Are these damned humans here again? Every few years, these humans always come to our demonic continent, but it is their misfortune to meet us. Kill them, I can feel that these humans are full of flesh and blood energy. They are great nourishment. Jie, it's been a long time since I've eaten a human. Today, I'll definitely have a great feast. This is a lucky day for us abyssal ox demons. Kill. Crush these weak humans into meat paste. Many of the abyssal ox demons laughed cruelly. They spoke an ancient abyssal language that was different from the universe common language. It seemed to contain the power of the abyss. His every word resonated with the power of the abyss. Bang bang bang. In an instant, tens of thousands of abyssal ox demons moved. They rushed over from afar, and their hooves trampled on the ground, causing the ground to resonate. The power between heaven and earth produced waves of fluctuations. Moreover, when these fluctuations attacked, they condensed into energy ripples. Along the way, rocks were shaken into powder, and dozens of astonishing cracks appeared on the ground, extending for more than 10 kilometers. This was one of the abyssal bull demon's mystiques, war trample. So strong. Many heaven and earth sect disciples had solemn expressions on their faces. They could feel how terrifying this war trample was. Layer after layer of ripples stacked on top of each other. When tens of thousands of ripples stacked on top of each other, the destructive power was simply unimaginable. Before these abyssal ox demons could even reach them, the weaker ones would probably die from the shockwaves. Senior brother Xia. Someone exclaimed. This was because they realized that Xia Ping couldn't hold it in any longer. He single-handedly charged towards the group of abyssal ox demons. These demons are all mine. Xia Ping indeed couldn't hold it in any longer. The Hell Golden Crow bloodline in his body had long been boiling. Every drop of blood was boiling like lava, like a heavenly dragon swimming in his blood vessels. His heart was beating like a war drum. Every time it beat, it could shatter steel. This was because the power of these abyssal ox demons was attracting him. They were like pieces of delicious cake waiting for him to taste. Martial mystique, sun god fist. He stood on the ground and punched in the air. The power of the deviant fire in his body surged into the depths of his fist. It was like a sun had gathered on his fist. An unimaginable ray of light shot out from the demon continent. It was like a sun rising into the sky. It was as though a ruler had descended. The sun soared across the sky, piercing through the dark sky and tearing apart the darkness. A terrifying power of flames erupted. In the sky, a fireball with a diameter of several thousand meters fell from the sky. It was like a star falling from outer space. With that abyssal ox demon as the center, the air within a radius of several tens of kilometers suddenly collapsed, producing an extremely terrifying shockwave. This shockwave was something that even experts at the peak of artifact refinement realm couldn't withstand. Instantly, that abyssal ox demon was completely shattered into pieces. Just like that, it turned into countless fragments and dissipated in this demon continent. At the same time, that fireball immediately exploded. Wisps of flames burst out, covering a radius of 100 miles. This region was turned into a sea of fire. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary flame. It was the essence of the sun. This was the most tyrannical method to deal with the most and evil things. Any and evil things that came into contact with it would be turned into ashes. Not good. Quick, retreat. This isn't an ordinary flame. It's an deviant fire. It's the sun's fire of extreme yang. Quick, retreat. This human is a monster. But help. Can anyone help extinguish the flames on my body? I'm burning to death. Human, I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. Curse you. Even if I fall into the abyss, I will curse you. The demon gods will avenge us. You're dead. This time you're dead. None of you can escape. The abyssal ox demons all roared in despair, because these flames touched their bodies. Just a trace of them was like a flame touching fuel. They immediately burst into flames. This was because the sun's fire had a great restraining effect on these abyssal ox demons. Just a little bit of power was enough to cause tons of damage to them. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of abyssal ox demons were burned alive. Not a single one was left. A large number of demon cores were left on the ground. These were the essence of these abyssal ox demons. At this moment, Xia Ping suddenly felt a golden notice appear in his mind. He could clearly see his points on the notice. After killing these abyssal ox demons, his points were rising crazily. Chapter 1403. Holy shit, what did that bastard do? How did he gain more than 10,000 points all of a sudden? At that moment, Hua Yang and the others from the Five Elements sect also sensed the changes on the heavenly mystery list in their minds. They were still holding back their anger, trying to find an opportunity to prove that they were not inferior to Xia Ping. Even if their combat strength was not as good as that bastard's, the trial depended on who killed the most fiendish demons. Sometimes, combat strength was not everything. Intelligence was also an important factor. But who would have thought that just at the beginning, a fiendish demon would be killed, and that bastard would gain more than 10,000 points? Did he kill more than 10,000 fiendish demons just now? Someone was dumbfounded. Cheating. That's definitely cheating. Is he a saint? How can he kill more than 10,000 fiendish demons so quickly? Even if those fiendish demons just stood there for him to kill, he wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly. Someone cursed loudly. He believed that the bastard Xia Ping must have found a way to cheat. Otherwise, the speed at which his points rose was like an airplane. It was completely unreasonable. How did he cheat? The heavenly mystery list is a sacred artifact. Who can hide from its power? Someone said helplessly. Everyone fell silent. They also knew that the heavenly mystery list was extremely powerful. Besides, it had an artifact spirit. The artifact spirit of a Dharma treasure of this level was not much different from a human's. It was an existence with intelligence. Even if someone found a loophole, they could quickly fix it. There was no way to hide from the heavenly mystery list. The problem was, if the heavenly mystery list really had no problems, how did that bastard Xia Ping do it? He had obtained more than 10,000 points in less than an hour. That was ridiculous. Forget it. Ignore that guy. Let's focus on killing fiendish demons. This trial will last for 30 days. It's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Hua Yang snorted coldly. Besides, killing more fiendish demons is not necessarily better. There is a limit to everything. If we kill too many fiendish demons and provoke a terrifying great fiendish demon, that kid is doomed. Senior brother Hua is right. Killing more fiendish demons is not necessarily better. Whoever survives to the end is the real winner. If that punk accidentally offends a great fiendish demon and ends up being chased to the ends of the earth, his trial would be considered a failure, said Qin Yun. That's right. Once he returns early, his points will be reduced to 0, no matter how many points he has. The purpose of this training is to survive, not to kill demons. What does that guy know? His brain is full of muscles. The disciples of the Five Elements sect grimaced and desperately slandered Xia Ping. They even secretly cursed Xia Ping for encountering a great demon. If that happened, they would be able to win without a fight. Thinking of this, their mood instantly improved a lot. At this time, Ling Yun sect's Meng Yunxiao, Gui Yuan sect's Shi Ansheng, Flying Celestial sect's Li Paoang and the others naturally received the news. However, they quickly threw this matter to the back of their minds. After all, the training had just begun, and it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. On the other hand, the elders of the 5 great system-allocated sects were chatting outside. Who do you think will get first place in this trial? An elder of the Lingyun sect asked. Do you even need to ask? Didn't you see the situation just now? My universe sect's disciple, Xia Ping, suppressed everyone, beating up your 4 great sects until they covered their heads and scurried away like rats, not even daring to let out a fart. If he isn't number 1, who would dare to be number 1? A universe sect elder was very pleased with himself as he stroked his white beard. Hearing this, the elders of the Lingyun sect, 5 Elements sect, Gui Yuan sect, and Flying Celestial sect were all enraged. Old man, don't be too arrogant. The trial has just begun. That's right. So what if he is strong? In the fiendish demon battlefield, It doesn't matter who is strong enough to survive to the end. There are countless fiendish demons in there, and there are many strong ones as well. Right? Once he encounters a great demon, that brat can only cover his head and flee. Although strength is very important in the fiendish demon battlefield, intelligence is also relatively important. In my opinion, that brat is arrogant and despotic. He might go around provoking fiendish demons and get eliminated immediately. It's easy to break something that's too rigid. Didn't many geniuses fall like this? The elders of the four great sects bared their teeth, feeling very unconvinced. All of them were eccentric, using all sorts of angles to belittle Xia Ping, believing that he could not possibly get first place in the trial. Jealousy. All of them are jealous. The Qinkuan sect elder remained calm and collected. Intelligence is indeed very important. However, does Xia Ping not have intelligence? He is probably even smarter than you old fogies. Damn it! Who are you calling an old fogey? Are you asking for a beating? Do you want to have a fight here? The group of elders were so angry that their beards stood up. Who is afraid of whom? However, if you are so confident in your sect's disciples, how about we make a bet? The Heaven and Earth sect's elder cast a sidelong glance. If Xia Ping obtains first place, then each of you will lose a supreme-grade spirit artifact to me. If not, I will give each of you a supreme-grade spirit artifact. How about it? Do you dare to make the bet? The Qinkuan sect elder directly started a bet. Old man, you are really daring to make a bet. Furthermore, you want to give each of us a peak-grade spirit tool. Are you not afraid of losing all your fortune? The group of elders was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, this fellow was so daring to make a bet that he did not care about his life. After all, although these elders were rich, a peak-grade spirit tool was still a considerable amount of wealth. Moreover, each of them had one peak-grade spirit tool. If they lost it, it was possible that they would go bankrupt. They would have to repay their debts for the rest of their lives. Why would I not dare to make a bet that I will definitely win? Instead, you guys are the ones who don't dare to make the bet. This is a chance for you to obtain a peak-grade spirit tool. Are you guys even more cowardly than a mouse? The Qinkuan sect elder tried to goad Lin Fan into making a bet, revealing his disdain. Damn, old man, you are actually trying to goad me into making a bet. If I don't agree, you will really think that I am a coward. Hearing this, the group of elders was instantly enraged. But before they could say anything, they immediately discovered that the points on the heavenly secret ranking had changed. Xia Ping's ranking rapidly rose to first. His points were like wild horses that were running wild, crazily rising to over 10,000 points. But what about the others? They only had 20 to 30 points at most, not even a fraction. Damn, what's going on with this fellow? Why did his points suddenly rise by over 10,000? Did he slaughter an entire demon tribe? The group of elders was stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. This situation was simply too exaggerated. It was simply something that had never been seen before. Although there were times when there were geniuses who stood out from the crowd, the problem was that they had never been in the lead by so much from the start. This was no longer a lead of a few horse positions, it was a lead of several hundred laps, and there was no hope of catching up. What's wrong? Are you still going to bet or not? The Qinkuan sect elder shouted, becoming even more arrogant. About this, let's bet on who is in second place. The group of elders felt extremely sullen. Their faces were flushed red. Chapter 1404. Demonic Continent. Who? Xia Ping used the sun essence to kill 10,000 abyssal demons. He took a deep breath. Every pore on his body was like a Kuan Peng, swallowing the pure demonic energy left behind by the dead abyssal demons. Immediately, the magic power in his body increased rapidly. Even the hell golden crow cells in his body were awakening. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The speed of awakening was many times faster than before. He felt his power increasing rapidly. It was not just power. His body's toughness, speed, recovery, stamina, power of the extraordinary flame, and so on were all increasing. Dong! Xia Ping felt his magic power increase to a certain extent. He had already touched the bottleneck of the middle stage of treasure refining realm. Just a little more and he would be able to break through to the late stage of treasure refining realm. He was very happy. If he wanted to reach this realm in the outside world, he would need at least several years. However, swallowing large amounts of abyssal demonic energy saved him a lot of time. This demon continent was simply a treasure land for cultivation, and one could cultivate by leaps and bounds. Senior brother Xia's strength is really terrifying. He killed 10,000 abyssal demons in one move. That's right. The might of the extraordinary flame is too horrifying. Those abyssal demons would be burned to ashes if they touched it. It's simply the bane of demons. Looks like we have no worries in the demonic battlefield if we follow senior brother Xia. He gained 10,000 points in an instant. This is just the beginning. What will happen next? Senior brother Xia will definitely be first. Many Qinkuan sect disciples were astonished. They were completely stunned by the scene just now. After all, 10,000 abyssal demons were terrifying. They had the power to destroy a country. However, Xia Ping burned them all with one fire. Not a single abyssal demon was left. How was this a battle? It was a massacre. They instantly felt at ease. It looked like as long as they followed Xia Ping, they wouldn't be in much danger in the demonic battlefield. At least, ordinary demons couldn't do anything to them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xia Ping made a grabbing motion with his hand and immediately picked up the 10,000 monster cores on the ground. He sent his divine sense into them and immediately sensed that the monster cores contained abundant energy. Every demon core contained energy not inferior to a spirit herb. If they were swallowed, there would be many benefits. This was also one of the benefits of the experiential training. Many Qinkuan sect disciples immediately looked into the distance. There was a huge tremor coming from the depths of the mountain range. It was even greater than the tremor caused by the 10,000 abyssal ox demons. Tens of thousands of demons are coming. LV Wenho's face was solemn as he gripped his halberd tightly. He could sense powerful demonic auras coming from all directions from the depths of the mountain range. Demonic chi covered the sky and covered the earth. The battle with the abyssal ox demon had probably alarmed many demons in the depths of the mountain range. They had sensed the presence of humans, so they had come out one by one. In this abyss world, the aura of a human was like a light bulb in the darkness. It was incomparably dazzling and could not be hidden at all. Countless demons would discover it and chase after it. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of fiendish devils flew out from the depths of the mountain range. There were abyssal ox devils, goat-horned devils, blazing devils, serpent devils, venomous devils, and more. These fiendish demons all exuded a sinister aura, and their demonic aura filled the sky. Humans, there really are humans here. Jie, food, all of them are food. Eat them all. Don't snatch them from me, or all of you will die. These humans are all mine. They are all disciples of the major human sections. Their blood energy is thick and they are all top-notch food. If I can eat these humans, I will definitely have a chance to become a devil god, a new generation of devil gods. Kill all of them. Seeing the disciples of the heaven and earth sect, the eyes of the fiendish demons shone with a ferocious light. It was as though they had seen a delicious meal. All of them swarmed over like locusts. The demonic chi they exuded was so dense that it covered the sky. Good timing. Once I kill all these fiendish demons, I will be able to break through to the late stage of the treasure refining realm. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. The blood in his body was boiling and his battle intent was soaring. He activated the pure yang immortal art and mobilized the pure yang energy in his body. Immediately, the heavens and earth resonated. An ancient and huge array rose into the sky. Endless flame energy gathered in the center of the array. A huge crimson cloud formed from flames that covered a radius of 100 miles appeared above Xia Ping's head. Vaguely, there was the cry of a golden crow of hell in the depths of the cloud. The demonic chi in the surroundings sizzled under the burning of the flames. It melted like ice and snow. It was as though the entire world was purified by the flames and turned into a bright world. Xia Ping waved his hand. The crimson cloud roiled in flames like lava. Immediately, countless fireballs rained down from the sky like meteors. The fireballs formed from the essence of the sun fell instantly and bombarded the ground. Instantly, huge pits appeared in the ground. The earth trembled and there were explosions everywhere. Immediately, many fiendish demons were blasted to death. They were torn apart and screamed in pain. In fact, when these flames spread out and landed on the bodies of these abyssal demons, they immediately ignited and burned them to ash. As these fireballs rained down, the surrounding hundreds of miles turned into a sea of fire. Large numbers of fiendish demons died. There was no need for Xia Ping to act personally. With just a thought, countless fireballs rained down, burning the fiendish demons to death and plundering their demon cores. Kill! Seeing this, LV Wenho and the others didn't hesitate. They knew this was a great opportunity and immediately attacked these fiendish demons. Bang bang bang! The fiendish demons were caught off guard and were instantly killed by these Qiankuan sect disciples. Their bodies were all cut into pieces. Originally, they thought they were the hunters. They didn't expect that they would suddenly become the prey. They became ghosts under the blades of the Qiankuan sect disciples. Now, even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Xia Ping felt very comfortable. He greedily absorbed the pure demonic qi in the air. Originally, this demonic qi contained a terrifying demonic nature. Ordinary people couldn't absorb it at all. Once absorbed, they would be corroded by the power of the abyss and gradually become demonic creatures, losing their rationality. But under the refinement of the golden crow of hell's bloodline, the demonic nature was instantly refined. Only the purest energy was left, like the heaven and earth essence energy. Seems like I'm about to break through? Xia Ping's thoughts moved. He felt that the spiritual energy in his body had reached a limit. He was about to break through to the late stage of the treasure refining realm. Chapter 1405. In the depths of the demon continent, in a valley. At this moment, the demonic aura in this valley soared into the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as if it had turned into a dark demonic domain. Countless devils were roaring, and even the ground was eroded black, filled with a terrifying abyss aura. In this valley, tyrannical great demons gathered together. Each of them had at least the strength of Law Manifestation Realm, and there were many Thunder Retribution Realm demons. But there were no saint-level demons because this demon continent had once fought with humans, and the tyrannical demons were basically wiped out. Moreover, once a demon of this level appeared, it would probably cause a big disaster, so the saints were always monitoring. Once there were signs, they would kill them. Damn it, that group of humans came to our demon continent to train again. It's really arrogant. What do they think our demon continent is? A training ground for those humans? They simply treat us demons like pigs and dogs, killing us at will. It's really hateful. The great demons gnashed their teeth. They hated this kind of thing very much, but they were meat on the chopping block, and they couldn't compete with the power of humans at all. Don't pretend, even if hundreds of millions of those low-level demons die, you probably won't feel the slightest heartache. Let's hurry up and talk about business. A Thunder Retribution Realm Abyssal Ox demon said. Hearing this, the other demons all laughed. It was indeed the case. These demons were all born from the abyss. They had no parents and were cruel and evil by nature. There was only one rule in this abyss world, and that was the survival of the fittest. The so-called morality was simply a joke to them. They didn't have so many sentimental feelings. Even if hundreds of millions of demons died, it wouldn't hurt them. And when humans came to the demon continent to train, they only had a small number of enemies. Usually, when these demons fought with each other, it was unknown how many would die. That was why these demons were terrifying. Don't be so nervous. Aren't we just playing before the start of the meeting? It is said that humans seem to be filled with righteous indignation over the death of their companions. They will share a common enemy, and hatred will arise. I have to say that this feeling is very interesting. A Thunder Retribution Realm demon laughed. Cut the crap. Abyssal Ox Demon Zack said impatiently, this king didn't come to this meeting for fun. How is the arrangement of the demonic yin-yang reversal array? Did you succeed? Of course we've succeeded. That's only natural. In order to set up this formation, we've put in a lot of effort. We've been setting it up for over 100 years and enduring for a very long time. Once this heavenly demon yin-yang reversal great formation is activated, it will immediately deceive the heavenly secrets and isolate the power of the sacred artifact heavenly secret list. At that time, this group of humans who came to the demon continent to gain experience will not be able to escape. That group of humans are so arrogant and dare to come to the demon continent to gain experience. Isn't it relying on the power of the sacred tool Tianji list to escape at any time? With the power of the Tianji board isolated, I want to see how those humans die. The great fiendish demons revealed cruel looks in their eyes as they surged with killing intent. But after doing this kind of thing, there is no turning back. This move will definitely anger those human forces. At that time, the demons on this demon continent will suffer heavy casualties. A demon asked, "Humph, this is nothing. Didn't we already decide?" A demon sneered, "Once we kill that group of humans, immediately escape with these human heads, go to another demon continent, and enter the depths of the abyss. In this way, no matter how powerful those humans are, they can't do anything to us. As for those low-level demons, it doesn't matter how many of them die. Anyway, after a period of time, the abyss will continue to breed again. Indeed, even sages do not dare to enter the abyss of the universe at will. That place contains incomparably terrifying demonic energy and the will of the abyss. In the face of this kind of power, the body of a sage will be eroded. If they stay a little longer, the sage will be demonized and completely corroded. With the heads of these humans as a proof of allegiance, I believe that we can also live well when we go to another more powerful demon continent. We can even become stronger and have the hope of becoming demon saints. A great demon showed a trace of ambition. The demon continent where they were located was too small, and their strength was weak. There was not even a demon saint. Surviving in such a small place, they had no hope of going further. Therefore, they longed to go to a higher-level abyss continent. Hee, these humans are hard currency. A heavenly demon said, "In this abyss world, humans are equivalent to rare animals, a very expensive commodity, and also a hard currency that can be traded. God knows how many demons want to get their hands on them. After all, in ancient times, countless demons had fought with humans, and there were countless deaths and injuries, forming an irreconcilable hatred. Until now, there are still a large number of demon saints who hate humans, hate this race that drove them back to the abyss. Therefore, if they use humans as commodities to provide to those tyrannical demon saints, they will definitely be protected, and even get a lot of cultivation resources. The problem is that these humans have the power of the sacred artifact Tianji list to protect them, making them unable to do anything. Even if some humans were accidentally killed by the fiendish demons, the number was extremely small, and there was not enough to go around. Therefore, after hundreds of years of planning, they finally succeeded in setting up the demon yin-yang reversal array. This array has the power to temporarily deceive the Tianji list, isolating the protection of the Tianji list to those humans. Without the power to teleport away at any time, those humans are simply fish on the chopping board, at their mercy. However, in order to maintain the demon yin-yang reversal array at all times, great fiendish demons like us have to preside over the array. We cannot be mobilized or it will definitely cause the array to collapse. A great fiendish demon said, "Even fiendish demons above the Golden Core realm cannot be mobilized. If not, the battle fluctuations of Golden Core fiendish demons will immediately be detected by the Tianji list. When that happens, only fiendish demons below the true fire realm can be mobilized. The demon yin-yang inversion formation was only able to conceal the heaven's secrets and isolate the perception of the heaven's secrets list. However, if there were any battle fluctuations that surpassed the concealment power of the demon yin-yang inversion formation, it would be useless. The Heaven's Secrets list would instantly sense it. It doesn't matter. That's right. Those humans are just too few in number. We have billions of fiendish demons here. We can crush them to death just by piling them up. They are just weak humans. Even fiendish demons of the same level can easily vanquish them. The great fiendish demons thought nothing of it. They believed that killing the humans would be a piece of cake. All right, in that case, immediately activate the array to conceal the Tianji list, said a fiendish demon immediately. Boom. The moment he said that, the great fiendish demons instantly took action, conjuring the power of abyss within them. Instantly, a profound and mysterious dark array was activated. A silent wave blanketed the entire fiendish demon continent, isolating it from the outside world. Chapter 1406. On a Scarlet Plain. A group of Guyuan sect disciples were walking carefully on this scarlet plain. Along the way, they purposely picked off lone demons to kill. Due to their cautiousness, their battle results were considered glorious. Many demons died at their hands. This is a good harvest. It is indeed not bad. I killed 10 demons of the transcendent level. I killed 20 of them and obtained 20 monster cores. Our luck is really good. Although we can't get first place, obtaining these demon cores makes this trip worthwhile. That's right. If we were in the outside world, who knows how much effort it would take to obtain so many demon cores. The group of Guiyuan sect disciples was very satisfied. They knew that they could not compete for first place. Hence, their only thought now was to kill as many demons as possible and obtain demon cores. Rumble, just as they were chatting, a huge tremor suddenly came from the end of the scarlet plain in the distance. Thousands of demons ran over, charging towards them like a stampede of horses. These demons seemed to have sensed their presence long ago and were surrounding them. It's over. A large number of demons have surrounded us. What's going on? Why are there so many demons all of a sudden? Run. Run quickly. We can't defeat so many demons. If we don't run, we will die. It's useless. We can't escape at all. They have already surrounded us. Damn it. We are so unlucky. Many of the Guiyuan sect disciples were cursing and gritting their teeth. They had been very complacent and had planned to kill a few more demons. They did not expect to encounter a large group of demons so quickly. They could not even escape. There's no other way. We can only give up on this experiential training. Otherwise, we will definitely die, a Guiyuan sect disciple said helplessly. One of the Guiyuan sect disciples said helplessly. Although they were unwilling, they would definitely die if they resisted stubbornly in such a situation. Although the experiential training was important, their lives were equally important. Wait, something is wrong. I can't sense the call of the heavenly secret list. What's going on? We can't go back. Someone wanted to leave the fiendish demon battlefield and called out to the heavenly secret list in his heart. However, he immediately discovered that it was useless. The heavenly secret list did not respond to his call. It was as if it was dead silent. Impossible. The heavenly secret list is a sacred artifact with boundless power. Why is there no response? What happened? What exactly happened? It's over. We're completely finished. This group of Guiyuan sect disciples was extremely desperate. They thought that they could immediately give up the trial and return to the human world when they encountered danger. They didn't expect this method to fail, and they were completely trapped in the demon continent. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could think further, the group of demons charged forward ferociously. In less than a breath's time, the group of Guiyuan sect disciples were all dead. None of them survived. And this situation also appeared all over the demon continent. Heaven and Earth sect, Five Elements sect, Guiyuan sect, Flying Immortal sect, Ling Yun sect, and other sects' disciples encountered danger. They wanted to contact the Tianji board and give up on the trial. But they all found that this was no longer feasible, and they couldn't leave the demon continent at all. Even the stupidest person could tell that the rules of the trial were about to change. Something abnormal had happened, and panic quickly spread among the new disciples from the 5 great system-allocated sections. At the same time, the low-level demons of the entire demon continent, under the command of the great demons, began to madly surround the new disciples of the 5 major sects, like locusts. At this time, Xia Ping didn't know that a huge change had happened in this trial. He was staying in a cave, sitting cross-legged and cultivating in seclusion, planning to break through to the late stage of treasure refining realm in one go. Because breaking through to the late stage of treasure refining realm required a huge amount of energy, he killed tens of thousands of Abyssalox demons and obtained tens of thousands of demon cores, and then he killed tens of thousands of demons. Now, he had a total of 40 to 50,000 demon cores on him. These demon cores contained abundant energy, not inferior to spirit herbs, spirit liquids, and other natural treasures. Walalat Xia Ping immediately took out all the demon cores on his body and floated in the air. He operated the pure yang immortal art, and every pore on his body spewed out a wisp of flame. In the void, a sun furnace suddenly appeared, and these demon cores quickly entered the sun furnace, and the terrifying flames refined these demon cores. In just a few breaths' time, these demon cores were immediately refined into the purest energy. Devour! Xia Ping opened his mouth wide and swallowed the energy into his body. When the energy surged into his body, every meridian and blood vessel in his body was surging with spiritual power, like a huge dragon galloping. And this spiritual power also surged into the Violet Kingdom space, unceasingly expanding, filling up the Violet Kingdom space. After an unknown period of time, when the spiritual power in the Violet Kingdom space reached its peak, it was like water flowing naturally, and a spatial barrier was immediately shattered. Late-stage treasure refining realm. Xia Ping's eyes shot out a shocking light. He could feel the spiritual power in the Violet Kingdom space surging violently. The spatial barrier was shattered, and the Violet Kingdom space expanded by a full fold. His spiritual power was increasing at a geometrical speed. Not only that, every martial path mystic art on his body, every heaven and earth array, because of the increase in spiritual power, became stronger. Almost every array imprint condensed into a corporeal form, engraved in the depths of every blood vessel in his body. His bones, his spine, his meridians, his blood vessels, and his skin were all covered with densely packed ancient runes, causing his body to become even more majestic. He was like a mountain, and his aura was like an abyss. Even the strength of his spiritual sense was crazily increasing. Suddenly, Xia Ping found that when his spiritual energy had reached its peak, all of his spiritual energy actually began to condense, just like a black hole collapsing, compressing into a singularity, as if it was about to ignite, causing flames to appear. Suddenly, it was as if his soul had been greatly elevated, as if he could see the power in the depths of time and space. Fire of the Spirit. Xia Ping immediately knew what this little flame represented. Without a doubt, only after reaching the true fire realm could one understand the fire of the spirit, or rather, the fire of the soul. Only after understanding the fire of the spirit could one use the fire of the spirit to burn martial path mystic arts, and these mystic arts, arrays, and talismans, and finally condense into a golden elixir. Giving birth to the fire of the spirit was the only way to condense a golden elixir. Moreover, the fire of the spirit could also have all sorts of incredible powers. It could burn one's own spiritual power, unleashing 10 or 20 times the usual attack power, and any ordinary person would be instantly killed. Chapter 1407. Spiritual Fire. In an instant, Xia Ping's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. His eyes contained a terrifying soul energy that seemed to pierce through the void. Deep in his soul, a flame seemed to be born. It ignited his soul, spiritual power, and will, unleashing unbelievable power. He knew he had nothing to worry about in the true fire realm. Though it was only a sliver of spiritual fire, a single spark could start a prairie fire. When his consciousness completely burned and turned into spiritual fire, that would be when he truly stepped into the true fire realm. But this was just the beginning. Xia Ping sat cross-legged on the ground. His body seemed to have turned into a whirlpool. After reaching the late stage of the treasure refinement realm, his devouring power was even more terrifying. In the world, endless abyss demon energy swarmed over. The wind and clouds within hundreds of miles were stirred, transforming into black dragons that burrowed into his body. A golden crow of hell howled excitedly in his body, devouring like a whale that hadn't eaten in a long time. The vast abyss demon energy was swallowed into its stomach. If anyone were to see Xia Ping's current cultivation situation, they would definitely be horrified. This was because Xia Ping's body was surrounded by solidified demonic qi, which was almost as black as ink. This was simply a peerless demon cultivating. But he sat in the center of the abyss demon energy. Faint golden light shone from his body, making him look sacred and ancient. He was like an ancient god suppressing the endless abyss demon energy. With the abyss demon energy, the golden crow of hell cells in his body started to awaken explosively. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. His bloodline power increased exponentially. In the end, the number of golden crow of hell cells in his body increased to 600,000. This was a shocking number. Each golden crow of hell cell contained terrifying power. There were 600,000 of them, like 600,000 golden crows of hell, containing unimaginable ripples of power. At the same time, his blood changed drastically. Originally, his blood was light gold, noble, and ancient. It contained a noble aura as if it was the ruler of everything. However, after devouring a large amount of abyssal devil qi, the blood had been dyed black and it emitted dark, chaotic, violent, and other auras. The gold and black interweaved with each other, making it seem even more mysterious and noble, as if it was a life form that had existed since ancient times. A powerful force was born within his body. At this moment, Xia Ping's Zifu had undergone an earth-shattering change. Originally, this Zifu space was illuminated by the sun, and there was only the existence of daytime. However, after devouring the abyssal devil qi, there was the power of darkness, which could rival the power of light. Ever since then, the Zifu space also had night, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Xia Ping clearly felt that the space of his Zifu seemed to have become more stable and complete. It was as if there were 4 distinct seasons, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the harmony of yin and yang. This was the essence of this world. There was light and there was darkness, there was death and there was life. Even his martial path divine abilities seemed to have been tainted with the power of the abyss demonic qi, gaining a trace of destructive, corrosive, and murderous characteristics. Their might was even more terrifying, capable of destroying everything. And the commotion caused by Xia Ping's cultivation was too terrifying. It affected a radius of hundreds of miles, and a large amount of abyss demonic qi gathered. In the void, countless skyscraping demons were also attracted over. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky, as if it was a catastrophe, and they all descended beside Xia Ping. Kiki, there's actually a human cultivating. What a terrifying cultivation power. Even a demon king is only SS. He's just a small human, but he can actually devour the abyss demonic qi. What exactly is his background? I can feel the flesh and blood in his body that is as hot as the sun. It's more than 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary human. If I can devour this human, I might be able to forge the foundation to become a demon saint. Eat him, we must eat this human. This is the foundation for us skyscraping demons to achieve the Tao. In the void, skyscraping demons appeared one after another. Their faces were ferocious, and they stared greedily at Xia Ping, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating in the center of the abyss demonic qi. They did not hide their greed at all. Rumble, thousands of skyscraping demons surged over. They were just thoughts, invisible and colorless. They were monsters created by the mind, and they could permeate the void. Ordinary matrices could not stop them. Facing a superior prey like Xia Ping, these skyscraping demons could not hold back at all. They all burrowed into Xia Ping's soul, trying to devour his soul and completely occupy his body. Once they occupied a human's body, these skyscraping demons could have a physical body and become even stronger. This was something that could not be resisted. Suddenly, the illusions of countless skyscraping demons spread out, blinding Xiaoping's mind. If he could not resist the illusions of the skyscraping demons, many distracting thoughts would be born. Then he would fall into an endless abyss, and his soul would be devoured by the skyscraping demons. This was true death, and even his soul would not be left. Usually, just one skyscraping demon was very terrifying. But now, thousands of skyscraping demons were attacking. This was like a baptism of locusts, destroying everything. Immediately, the illusions of these skyscraping demons enveloped Xiaoping's body. Many illusions of wealth, beauties, family, martial power, and so on appeared. All kinds of illusions that originated from humans appeared, as if they wanted Xiaoping to fall into endless illusions and sink completely. That way, they could slowly enjoy such a feast of souls. Skyscraping demons? You are courting death. Xiaoping immediately sensed the abnormality in his body. The infernal golden crow bloodline in his body boiled. He opened his eyes, and there were whirlpools in the depths of his pupils. A strange power was born, as if he was reincarnating. Boom! A terrifying flame immediately appeared in the depths of his soul. This was the soul fire of the infernal golden crow. It could burn everything, and all the illusions were burned into pieces. Ah! The skyscraping demons were caught off guard and immediately let out shrill cries. It was as if they had encountered their greatest nemesis. The terrifying flames spread to their bodies, and immediately burned them into wisps of smoke. Not good, this human is troublesome. What kind of soul fire is this? How can it be so terrifying that it can harm skyscraping demons? Run, run quickly, or we will be burned to death. The skyscraping demons were panic-stricken. They immediately knew that they had encountered a terrifying person, and that the opponent had a way to suppress skyscraping demons. These skyscraping demons immediately wanted to escape, but it was too late. Devour! Not only did Xiaoping have the power of the infernal golden crow's flames, but he had also devoured the power of the soul-devouring beast. He had the terrifying ability to devour souls. Although these skyscraping demons were invisible and colorless, and were just thoughts that could not be captured, they were essentially souls. It could be said that the power of the soul-devouring beast was the greatest nemesis of skyscraping demons. Rumble! Xiaoping's soul instantly turned into a whirlpool, devouring everything. Thousands of skyscraping demons screamed in pain, but they could not escape at all. They were all devoured into the whirlpool, crushed and refined. Chapter 1408. A day later, near Xiaoping's seclusion, LV Wenho and the other Qiankuan sect disciples were hunting fiendish demons. However, in order to prevent Xiaoping's seclusion from being disturbed by fiendish demons, they didn't go too far. At this moment, they also discovered a huge problem with the Heavenly Secret List. Indeed, we can't contact the Heavenly Secret List, nor can we use the power of the Heavenly Secret List to leave the demon continent. A mysterious and powerful force has isolated our connection with the Heavenly Secret List. LV Wenho's expression was solemn. Indeed, it's not only our Qiankuan sect disciples. The disciples of the other four major sects have also encountered the same problem. Ku Er nodded. On this day, many disciples from other sects had fled over, so they also learned of similar news. If that's the case, then the matter is serious. That's right, if we can't contact the Heavenly Secret List, wouldn't we have to stay in the demon continent for the rest of our lives? Who did it? They actually deceived us from contacting the Heavenly Secret List? Is there a need to ask? It must be done by those great fiendish demons. This is a plot they have been brewing for a long time. One by one, the Qiankuan sect disciples gritted their teeth in panic. If they had to stay in the demon continent for the rest of their lives, they would probably be doomed. Don't worry, Ku Er said solemnly, this power is probably only temporary. Over time, no matter how careless the sect elders are, they will discover something fishy. As long as they are alert, they can activate the sacred heavenly secret list to break the barrier of this power. He reassured his fellow disciples that they would never stay in the demon continent forever. The problem is, I'm afraid that those fiendish demons won't give us the time and opportunity. LV Wenho said. What do you mean? Many Chenkuan sect disciples looked at LV Wenho nervously. Haven't you noticed? The number of fiendish demons has been increasing recently and they are getting more and more concentrated. LV Wenho's eyes lit up. I reckon they plan to concentrate their forces and capture all the disciples of the 5 major sects in one fell swoop. What? Many Chenkuan sect disciples' hearts sank. They knew that the number of fiendish demons on this continent was terrifying. Even if they couldn't control all the fiendish demons in a short period of time, they might not be able to control all the demons on the demon continent. After all, the demon continent was too vast. Even walking for a year might not be enough. Gathering all the fiendish demons was as difficult as ascending the heavens. But even so, even if only a small portion of these demons were gathered, there were still millions, or even tens of millions of them. As for the disciples of the 5 great sects, there were at most 200,000 to 300,000 people. In the face of so many demons, their numbers were simply a drop in the bucket. When will senior brother Xia come out? Someone asked. Many Chenkuan sect disciples were also concerned about this problem. In such a dangerous moment, if they had a peerless monster like Xia Ping by their side, they would most likely be much safer. Previously, Xia Ping had killed those demons as easily as cutting grass. With Xia Ping around, he was like a stabilizing force. There was no need to worry about the threat of the demons. I reckon he'll be out of seclusion soon. Kur said in a deep voice, I observed the cave abode where Brother Xia is in seclusion just now. That aura seems to have weakened quite a bit. I reckon that he has successfully broken through and is now just consolidating his cultivation. The power of senior brother Xia's breakthrough is really shocking. It spread out for hundreds of miles. It's hard to imagine that this is just a small breakthrough in the treasure refining realm. Isn't that right? Previously, that cave abode was filled with dark clouds and demonic chi was brewing. Countless demons gathered there. I originally thought that senior brother Xia would encounter danger, but I didn't expect that he would be wiped out in an instant. Not a single demon escaped. Senior brother Xia is simply too powerful. He was already so terrifying before. I wonder what level he will reach after advancing to the late-stage treasure refining realm. It's really admirable. Many Chenkuan sect disciples were so impressed that they prostrated themselves in admiration. Previously, when Xia Ping broke through, they saw the phenomenon clearly from the side. Especially when over 10,000 demons were attracted over, it was as if a calamity had descended. Their hearts stopped for a few seconds and they were at a loss of what to do. With so many demons attacking, an ordinary cultivator's soul would be instantly torn apart, leaving nothing behind. Not to mention 10,000 demons, even a single demon was a huge threat. Who would have thought that over 10,000 demons were wiped out by Xia Ping? This was simply too exaggerated. He is indeed a monster. LV Wenho was also speechless. He also thought that he had exceptional talent and was ferocious beyond compare. It was rare for anyone to be his match. However, he didn't expect to meet a monster like Xia Ping. It could only be said that the universe was vast, and there would always be someone better than you. Damn it, a large number of demons are attacking. There are at least 100,000 of them. Ku Er's expression changed. His divine senses sensed a vast amount of demonic chi coming from not far away. It covered the sky and covered a radius of 1,000 miles. The ground trembled as if there was a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. It seemed like these demons had been mobilized for a day and a night, and there was already an army of 100,000 charging over. Damn it, there are 3 true fire realm demons. Li Hu's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that the aura of the 3 demons far surpassed that of ordinary demons. They had actually reached the true fire realm. True fire realm demons. Even LV1Ho's expression changed drastically. Although he had exceptional talent and could challenge those of a higher level, it was impossible for him to surpass an entire realm to defeat an enemy. Not to mention that the other party was a demon whose strength far surpassed that of a true fire realm human cultivator of the same level. Furthermore, the other party had a total of 3 true fire realm demons. With an army of 100,000 demons, there was no way they could defend against this army. Disregarding everything else, just the 3 true fire realm demons alone were enough to kill more than half of them. There was no need for the other demons to do anything. All of a sudden, many Qiankuan sect disciples felt their hearts tighten. They were facing death. Moreover, they were surrounded by the army of demons from all directions. There was nowhere to run. Humans. There are indeed many humans here. It's really effortless to search everywhere in the world. As long as we can complete the Grand Demon's mission, we will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Seeing LV1Ho and the rest, the 3 true fire realm demons burst into laughter. Their bodies emitted a terrifying abyss aura that solidified and shook the heavens and earth. They were the 6-armed lion demon, the 3-eyed bear demon, and the giant snake demon. They were all famous demons in the demon continent and were extremely powerful. Humans. The 6-armed lion demon bellowed, "Surrender immediately and we will spare your lives. Any hesitation and you will be killed. If we capture you alive, you won't even be able to die. This valley has long been surrounded by our army of demons. You have nowhere to run." I wanted to capture this group of humans alive. Although dead humans were considered as hard currency, living humans were obviously more valuable. Many demons enjoyed torturing humans and were unwilling to let these humans die so easily. Chapter 1409. Hearing this, the Qiankuan sect disciples felt an extremely oppressive aura. It was as if a huge mountain was crushing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. The threat of an army of 100,000 demons and 3 true fire realm demons was too terrifying. It was as if these demons could kill them more than 10 times over if they charged forward. However, it was impossible for them to surrender. They knew the personalities of these demons. They were vicious and cruel. Even if they were captured by these demons, it would be a fate worse than death. Since that was the case, they might as well fight with these demons. At least they could drag a few of them down with them. Boom. Just then, a huge mountain suddenly exploded. The mountain rocks split into pieces, causing a huge tremor. A crack that stretched for dozens of kilometers appeared on the ground, forming a deep abyss. A terrifying aura swept across thousands of kilometers like a storm. It pressed down on the land and all living things within the range of the aura trembled as if they had encountered a terrifying creature. Senior brother Xia is out. Feeling the aura, the Qiankuan sect disciples were not afraid. Instead, they were overjoyed. There was only one person who could release such an aura, and that was Xia Ping. Swoosh. Immediately, a figure appeared in midair. A ball of flames appeared on his body. He was like a rising sun, emitting a scorching aura that caused the surrounding air to burn. This person was obviously Xia Ping. After a day of cultivation, he had finally stabilized his cultivation and entered the advanced stage of the treasure refining realm. His strength had more than doubled. Another human? This human is not simple. His qi and blood are more than 1,000 times that of an ordinary human. I can feel that if I can devour this human, I will definitely advance to the Grand Demon realm. Immediately, all the demons could feel the terrifying qi and blood on Xia Ping's body. It was like a burning sun. In this dark abyss, he was like a firefly in the darkness, dazzling. All of them were tempted. Such a rich body was like Tripitaka's meat. Just eating a piece of him would allow them to evolve greatly. Human, get over here and submit to me, or die. The 6-armed lion demon also noticed Xia Ping's existence. Its eyes lit up and revealed a greedy expression. It was extremely eager to kill Xia Ping and devour his flesh and blood. A demon in the early stages of the true fire realm? Looks like the monster core in your body contains quite a bit of energy. Killing you should be quite beneficial. Very good, I'll start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Ping suddenly attacked. His figure flashed, instantly traversing several kilometers. He immediately teleported in front of the six-armed lion demon and punched out. The aura of this punch was extremely terrifying, shaking the heavens and the earth and collapsing the sky. The power of 600,000 infernal golden crow cells was added to his body, and it was practically the power of a divine beast. The fist clearly hadn't landed yet, but the fist's wind had already arrived, pressing down on the six-armed devil lion's body. All of its bones crackled under the pressure, and it felt as if it was about to be flattened into a meat patty. Many of the fiendish demons were shocked. They did not expect this human to be so daring. Facing an army of 100,000 fiendish demons and 3 true fire realm fiendish demons, he still dared to attack. Not good. The six-armed devil lion demon's expression changed drastically. It could feel the terror of this punch. It was as heavy as Mount Tai, and the fists will shook the heavens. It contained the power of destruction and the power of a vortex. It was like a punch from an ancient divine beast that could destroy everything. Just the wind from the fist alone felt like it could flatten it into a meat patty. The pure power was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It roared, "Six-armed lion demon fist." In the blink of an eye, it performed the demon's mystique. Its 6 fists clenched tightly, and terrifying demonic power circulated in them. Black light pierced through the air inch by inch. Immediately, the shadow of the six-armed devil lion demon appeared on its body. It had the aura of an ancient demon. It sat on a throne, suppressing the will of the abyss. At the same time, the spiritual fire on its body began to burn, and the demonic power in its body boiled. Its strength suddenly increased tenfold, and its chi and blood tumbled like lava. Bang, bang, bang. In the air, 6 solid fists appeared immediately. They shone brightly, and there were no clouds in the sky. They formed a vortex that shook the heavens and earth, and the Lion King roared in all directions. This kind of power was enough to flatten everything within a 1,000-mile radius and collapse mountains. The 6-armed devil lion demon is going all out. LV Wenho and the others were dumbfounded. Of course, they could see the terror of the 6-armed devil lion demon's fist. This was a powerhouse at the true fire realm. By burning the spiritual fire and the mana in its body, the power of the martial mystique would increase tenfold. However, this power was a desperate attack. It would not be used unless it was a matter of life and death. After all, burning one's mana would shorten one's lifespan. Even if the demon's life force was strong, it could not take more than a few burns. However, a mere punch had forced the 6-armed devil lion demon to this point, and it was burning its demonic power. One could imagine how much pressure Xia Ping was putting on the 6-armed devil lion demon. But it was useless. Xia Ping's fist was too fierce. Having awakened 600,000 golden crow hell cells, his every move contained the power to carry a mountain. He could blow a small mountain away with just a breath. Now that he was punching with all his strength, it was like the energy of 600,000 small suns exploded in an instant. A ball of scorching light exploded, illuminating the world and shattering the void. Rumble, in an instant, the martial mystique that the 6-armed devil lion demon had used was smashed into dust. The 6 fists were smashed into dust, and the throne in the void was shattered inch by inch. No! The 6-armed devil lion demon screamed, and its eyes were filled with despair. It wanted to devour the human's flesh and blood and become a real demon, or even a demon sage, and rule the demon continent. It had endless ambitions to achieve, and it wanted to become the lord of the demons. But this punch not only shattered its martial arts mystique, but even its future and ambitions were shattered. The fist landed on the 6-armed devil lion demon's body, and the terrifying fist force seeped in like a nuclear bomb. It exploded instantly, and its body was blown into pieces. The 6-armed devil lion demon was dead. Oh my god, that 6-armed devil lion demon was killed by senior brother Xia with one punch. It's not just dead, it was smashed into pieces. Is senior brother Xia really still at the treasure refinement realm? Don't tell me he's already at the true fire realm? The power of this punch feels like an ancient punch that can shake the world. 10,000 miles around is trembling. The fist intent is so strong that even my soul is trembling. This is too terrifying. The group of Heaven and Earth sect disciples were completely stunned. That was the six-armed devil lion demon, a demon at the true fire realm. Its martial realm was a level higher than Xia Ping's. If such a demon appeared in the human world, it would be a terrifying existence that could slaughter an entire planet. But now, it was actually killed by a punch from Xia Ping. Its body was torn into pieces, and it couldn't even escape. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.